Hello, and welcome to Odin's Call, episode 3. We have now made it through two whole episodes, about to be 3 now. It's exciting.
Whole episode.
Sadly, Ingvar isn't going to make it today. He had some work issues come up, so he won't be able to be here today, but our loyal and faithful priest, Godwin, is going to be here today. I will be filling in for Ingvar and just kind of playing him as an NPC. He's just going to be more for combat reasons. But just to do a quick recap in what happened last week, we started off with finishing off Ingvar's backstory. He had some crazy stuff happen to him. He escaped from a prison, killed a lot of people. some fun stuff, but in the end, he ended up getting stabbed in the back by his uncle for unknown reasons, and was graciously saved by Godwin the Pious, who brought him back to his church, where he was helping other Danes and Saxons alike injured from the Battle of York, the Siege of York. Which is when guards burst into his church, demanding vengeance upon the pagans. Godwin being the
Bagans?
The pagans, yes, the bagels.
Not the bagels!
Not the bagels!
Bagel!
No, but demanding
continue.
vengeance against the pagans, the guards attempted to push past Godwin, but Godwin, again, being the holy priest that he is, managed to hold them back for a while. But Ingvar, being the blunt, straightforward individual that he is, instigated a slaughter, throwing his axe and starting a fight that was somewhat inevitable. Barely escaping with their lives and fleeing from the soldiers, the Saxon soldiers, they fled into a swamp where, stumbling across several traps that were purposely laid by our third player, they came across a old lady, somewhat of a hag.
Somewhat?
Lagach Mugain.
Somewhat?
They met Lagach Mugain, who took to Ingvar very, very quickly. Not so much Godwin. Was not a big fan of him. But they had some good rest. They had some food. They healed up, and they also leveled up. So they are all now level 2. And that is where we begin, as Ingvar and Godwin step out of Lagach's hut with plans of heading to Chester. And that is where we begin today's episode.
Indeed.
So, Godwin, what are your plans? What are you doing? What is on the mind of the great and pious Godwin?
The great and pious Godwin. No, that's not. That's not going to work.
Is that your new Godwin's voice?
That totally full of it, Godwin. No. So, let's see. Godwin has had a very uncomfortable experience coming across this shaman and for saving this Dane who doesn't seem very appreciative. But Godwin has one thing very securely in mind. He has witnessed this slaughter at his church, and which, he didn't feel like he could avoid, and he's really, really surprised and shocked that Saxons would actually go against a priest's wishes, especially in a church. Mm-hmm. He can understand them hating like Danes, but he's just shocked that they would even just slaughter the priests, which is really the only reason why he left the church in the first place, was because he saw the opportunity to save at least somebody and make it out the back. So at this point, he knows going to York is too dangerous. He wants to warn other churches, but he realizes he's limited. And it's his word against a bunch of potentially loyal soldiers. So his plan is to go to Chester and basically find colleagues or friends, or at least people that would know relatively who he is, and basically send word out of what's happening, to basically Saxons killing other Saxons. And he didn't think he was going to be going with Ingvar, but Ingvar has insisted that he really has nowhere to go, and Godwin kind of feels like responsible for him after saving his life. So, and the company is at least somewhat welcome. So off to Chester they go.
All right. So you set out. Before you leave, Legach gives you somewhat of a map, or tells you where the rest of her traps and devious devices that she had set up, just so on your way out of her swamp, you're not tripping and falling over all of her shit that she set up. You managed to get out of the swamp relatively easily. She seemed to have been on one side of it, and you had traveled through the deep end of it, so the journey out was quite a bit quicker, especially since you are heading south. So if you look on the map, you can see right here is Legach's hut. So you kind of need to head down to the left a little bit to get to Chester. It is roughly, knowing the terrain, you would know that it probably would be that distance about a day if you were on horseback. But probably 2 days worth of travel. Getting from this swamp to Chester, just because you're traveling by foot, and Ingvar probably isn't too keen on wanting to be seen by other Saxons, seeing as how he's very obviously a Dane. So traveling by road, but when travelers would come the opposite direction, you might jump off the path and wait for them to pass. Give me a survival or knowledge local to see if you can see if you can navigate your way. All right, let me give one for Ingvar as well, since he is traveling with you, to see if he can aid you in this endeavor. He's got a pretty good survival. Nope, you did better. So between the two of you, you don't get lost, but it's tough traveling. Your first day is slow. Coming out of the swamp, you leave in the morning, and it's a swamp, so it's going to be damp and humid. But as you leave the swamp, you realize that it's not just damp and humid. It's actually raining. It's cold. It's damp. You're trudging through these sticky, heavy, muddy roads, and it definitely slows down your progress. You get to pretty close to the river base before nightfall. Are you guys wanting to just continue, or are you wanting to stop and set up camp?
Out of concern for the wounds sustained, especially by Ingvar, like he's healed up, but like he's still got wounds. Like it wasn't that long ago. I
It's only
suggest
been like
that
2 days ago.
Right, so his wounds are still pretty fresh. I suggest to him that we remain and camp for the night, kind of off the road.
All right, priest. You have this say today. I gotta be an asshole to you. So, Ingvar and you take, a few minutes walk off the path, just to be out of sight. You find a nice dry area where the rain hasn't quite touched. It's, under some tree foliage, maybe on the side of a rock face where the rain can't quite come down on you. And you set up camp. This actually does bring up a question I had for you. I can't ask Ingvar. Do you have like a traveler's pack? So would you have, because you left in a hurry. So
yeah, I was about to say, I don't think I have anything other than what I had on me at the time.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't think that would be realistic for me to
And
have anything.
thinking about it, Ingvar probably wouldn't either.
Right.
So you guys are basically sleeping on the ground. You don't have any blankets, tents, even really anything to make a fire other than finding some stones and trying to do it that way. But seeing as how it's raining, you guys just try to get out of the rain, get dry. So you found somewhat of like an outcropped rock that you get under, and you go to sleep. It's a bit of an uncomfortable sleep, seeing as how you're sleeping on uneven ground. Anyone who's ever been camping, even when you have a cushion that you're putting down, it's still very rough. So imagine just sleeping on the cold, hard ground. The heat is sucked out of you, and you wake up early the next morning, even before the sun comes up, more out of just not able to sleep anymore. Not necessarily that you are naturally used to waking up early, but just you're uncomfortable. And you wake up early the next morning, stiff, cold, and sore, but awake. The rain has since stopped, and you may continue your trek. Give me another survival check.
All right. 2 12s in a row.
Another 12. Let me pull Ingvar up real quick again. Natural 20. There we go.
Wow.
So this time, the first leg of the trip, we'll say Ingvar was kind of following your lead. And the second part, he's cold, he's grumpy. And when Ingvar gets angry, he gets more efficient, we'll say. He's pissed off at the earth. And manages, you kind of point him in a direction, and he manages to find shortcuts where you would think there wouldn't be shortcuts. You really have quite a quick journey, seemingly traveling the other half of the distance in hours. When you come up to this river here, that kind of bisects the Northumbrian and Mercian kingdoms.
Is that a river or is that?
It's a border and a river. The border is on a river.
Okay.
And
it says dialect boundary, so I was just wondering.
Yeah, it is a river. You can see the inlet there, where the water is coming in. The river does run across their entire border.
Okay, cool.
Because a lot of times they use natural landmarks as borders. We still do to this day. So, as you are approaching this river, you see off in the distance somewhat of a ruined bridge. Give me a perception check real quick.
Okay.
Damn. You got a 26 from a 17? You have a plus 9 to your perception. Good gosh.
Yep.
You're very perceptive. Yeah, so your elf eyes.
What do you want?
The taking the hubs to eyes of God. No. You
I am a priest.
You
They
have
pay me to be perceptive.
20/20 vision. You have very keen eyesight. And before you even draw too close to this river, you see a bridge off going over the river. However, this bridge looks very weathered over years and years of usage. You would assume it's probably a bridge that was built in Roman times by the Romans. So very ancient. But your eye also realizes that the bridge is not open. There is a blockade on the opposing side of the river. There are carts and boxes and an assortment of rubbish that has been piled up on the other side, where you see 3 men on top of this makeshift wall on the other side of the bridge. You also, as you draw closer, you can hear the river rushing. Since this bridge is so close to the coastline, the water flow is very rapid. The water is flowing very quickly. So I will pull up this part. You draw near, and this is the sight that you see.
So I see 3 men on the other side of the blockade.
Yes.
Do I know what nationality they are?
With a with a 26 perception, you very quickly deem that these are Saxons.
Okay, they're Saxons. Soldiers or just ordinary people or bandits?
Soldiers. They have the again with that high of a perception, you can see that they have they have like a banner up on one of the sides of the wall, and it is the colors of Mercia.
Okay.
So you are now on the border. This is, like I mentioned, the border between Northumbria and Mercia. And these individuals have set up somewhat of a temporary wall blockade, whether it is to keep out the Northumbrians or to keep out Danes. You are not sure.
Right.
But these are Saxons that are posted.
Okay. All right. So I realize at this point, like, I need to, it's not really so much, like, Godwin starts to think it's not going to be so much a problem for him to get through, you know, that is if disaster doesn't strike again and, you know, more Saxons try to kill him. But the real problem is going to be convincing them to let this Dane that's coming with him. So, is Ingvar, like, does he have a shield and axe on?
Yes, he has a shield strapped onto his back, an axe and a sword at each side of his belt. He is wearing leather armor. I mean, you can kind of see what he looks like if you zoom in on his character there. Okay. He's got some fur on his shoulder pads coming out of the inside of his leather for warmth. He looks very Danish.
Okay.
And you're still far with that high of a perception as well. You were able to see all of this without having to get too close. So they have not spotted you quite yet.
Okay.
And also, you were kind of coming up the side of the riverbank, so kind of from like over here, and then walking like that.
Okay. So mostly covered by brush and whatnot.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh shoot! I just deleted your.
I died! It's all over! The blackness!
It's because you... To have you guys not locked into place, it has to be listed as a drawing, and I cleared drawings, and it cleared you. I've gone into the darkness! Alright, there we go. You're back.
And now I'm a dwarf. I'm a hobbit.
Yeah, I know, your guys are shorter, but... It's all good.
So, Godwin turns to Ingvar. Ingvar, you're going to have to listen to me very closely. If we are going to get past this blockade and get to Chester, and you are going to continue to follow me, we'll have to do as I say.
There's only 3 of them. I could kill them.
There will be no more killing, not on my account. We are simply going to pass through the blockade and get to Chester. Otherwise, there will be no getting into Chester if we kill any of these men.
You're no fun.
Give me a diplomacy check real quick.
Okay.
To see if you can talk very aggressive Ingvar into
Jeez.
a natural one. He is not buying it. He is not a huge fan of Saxons. The only reason you're still alive is because you spared his life.
Okay.
And he seems to, even though he dislikes you, he seems to have somewhat of a trust and loyalty to you just based on the fact that you did save his life and seem to have now saved his life multiple times now at this point.
Well, if you're not going to listen to what I have to say, I will have to go forward first and speak with him. Will you stay behind here and wait?
I guess. If they start shooting, though...
They won't. I promise they will not. But if they do start shooting, I give you permission to save my life this time.
All right, priest.
And he kind of goes back. He's still somewhat in the tree line and tall grass, so he's staying out of sight.
Okay. So I step forward. Godwin steps forward.
All right.
Walking.
The second you step onto the path out of the tall grass and into visibility, the center guard calls out to you, "Halt! Who goes there?"
Godwin raises both of his hands, the hand lifting the quarterstaff, and the other hand showing that he's unarmed, and also kind of more clearly showing the cross that he wears around the neck. Do not shoot, brethren! It is I. I am a priest. Please, I seek refuge and aid. Please do not shoot.
You see he instantly recognizes that you're a priest, and kind of signals to the two men that are standing next to him, who both have bows. They lower their bows. They're not pointing them at you anymore. They seem to calm down very quickly. Hello, brother. What brings you so far? Why do you travel this road? It's very perilous.
Please, my sons. York has been under attack. My parish church was attacked and slaughtered by some of our own Saxon brethren. I seek refuge along with my friend.
Wait, Saxons attacked you? They attacked a holy church?
They did. I fled only with my friend in tow. Please, I need your help.
You see them kind of give each other, like, very confused and somewhat nervous glances to each other. Very shocked at the fact that your church was attacked by Saxons. And just for your knowledge, too, if you're ever wanting to get more, maybe glean more off of a reaction or something like that, that's where insight or sense motive would come in. Just for your information.
Cool.
And you can just tell me, like, oh, hey, can I do a sense motive check on that or whatever.
Cool.
So they kind of look back to you. Yes, of course. Mercia is always open to Christian brothers. Where's this friend? Is he injured? Do we need to send aid?
That is the catch, my sons. The friend that I come with me is my protector, but he is a Dane. But I must ask you that you let him come with me.
The demeanor instantly changes from concern and worry for you to even more confusion, and now somewhat pulled back and hesitant. It seems like they were about to open the gate, and now they are not.
Okay.
He seems to now be looking around behind you, looking for this individual. And where is this Dane?
Godwin turns around. Ingvar, come out and do not be harmed. I beg you, in God's name, do not be harmed.
He listens.
Okay.
He, I rolled to see if he would listen to you. He comes out. He is holding his shield, but no weapon in hand. Mm-hmm. He has his shield in front of you, and very, like, you know, like a clownfish coming out of their anemone? Like, kind of out and then back in, and then out and then back in, kind of that kind of idea. He slowly and cautiously steps out, not drawing closer, seeing as how he doesn't want to make an easy shot for them if they do want to shoot at him, but he is showing himself. But he is have his shield in front of him.
Okay.
Are you sure about this, priest? They're pointing their weapons at me.
Just be patient. My sons.
Who's you would imagine is in charge of this group, calls back to you. What are you guys saying? Is he holding you captive, priest? Why are you traveling with such a pagan?
You must understand, brothers. I will speak only the truth to you, even though the truth is shocking and strange. My church was a place of refuge for all that were wounded, both Saxon and Dane, from the war. When my church was attacked, this Dane helped save my life and was one of the only to escape with me. He has protected me, and he has protected a priest. And as such, he deserves the same protection as any Christian. He is under my protection, and he must come with me.
It's a good reasoning. Give me a diplomacy check at advantage, because that was a pretty good argument.
Who's
You don't need advantage. You just rolled a natural 20. Yeah, no, he still you can see some, whether it be hesitance or even fear at the sight of a Dane. Just because, Saxons at the time, Danes were like demons to them. They were madmen. They fought like animals. They were savages, and there was many tales that were even told about Danish Vikings that, they would eat babies and that they would, grow horns when they would fight in battle, and it was very much blown out of proportion. They were just very skilled in combat. That was the only thing, but people believed far worse. So you can't tell if this is hesitance or fear, but your words strike true, and you see his demeanor lighten, and he answers back to you. All right, priest, I believe you. You seem to speak truth. One moment, and he steps off of the wall where you can't see him anymore.
Okay.
A few moments pass, and you kind of glance back at Ingvar, who has come out a little bit more out of the trees and is standing more in the middle of the road now, but still is not drawing closer and is kind of anxiously looking at you.
What is going on, priest? What are they doing?
I glance back at Ingvar, and I basically walk back to get close enough to whisper to him, which I would assume is like right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He's probably going to talk to his superiors to make sure that everything is safe. I must warn you, though, Ingvar. If we go in there and you draw weapons, there is no way that I can protect you. You will be on your own. So, whatever you do, do not act in instinct.
Don't act like you normally act.
Yes.
Maybe it's a good thing that I'm playing Ingvar.
If Roberry was here, he'd be like, and throw the axe.
And charge! No, I mean, he did even text me. He was like, don't do anything stupid, because Ingvar is, he might be a warrior, but he's not a fool. Like, he's not going to charge.
And this is literally 3v1, so.
Yeah, exactly. So, he wouldn't do anything stupid. And again, he might not like Christians or Saxons, but he does trust you. For whatever that might be worth. So he kind of answers back and goes, all right, priest.
If they start shit, though,
then I will not stop you.
Right.
And I will not stop them either. You will be on your own at that point. There's nothing that I can do.
You're just gonna stand back.
Yeah.
It'll be you're the first D&D player I've ever played with that's gonna do the passive challenge. You just never get into combat.
Well, it's not like priests. Like, if you think about like priests in other like fantasy worlds, they tend to be more they're usually like could be kinder or this or that, but they still have somewhat of a combat focus.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we're talking like real world priests, I mean, they have taken like all these vows.
Yeah. Yep.
To not do certain things. So. Yeah, he's got to be. Only in this situation will he attack if it's actually to save somebody's life.
Exactly.
So,
which is good. It makes cool character development. But the thing is, too, like, the thing that a lot of the other viewers don't know about your character yet, just because, your character's backstory hasn't come up yet, which it will as the campaign goes on. But you aren't any pushover either. You've been through some shit. You've proven yourself time and time again. To be efficient and proficient in combat. So that'll be fun to see that come up. But some time passes, and the individual that you were talking with comes back up to the wall. Priest, please step closer so I don't need to shout so much. So you step back up to where you were. My
son.
So I will let you in under one condition. That I send... where are you heading, let me ask?
We are heading to Chester, my son.
Okay, that is what I assumed. I will let you in under this one condition, that you let me send 2 of my men with you. I trust you, but as you can imagine, a pagan is a pagan. Once a barbarian, always a barbarian, and I cannot have events if this savage does his savage ways in Mercia. I will not allow that to come down on me. I must do everything I can to prevent such things from happening. So I will send 2 men to escort you and your traveling companion to Chester. Do you accept?
If that is what you think is best, my son, this is your duty and this is your guard, and I will accept the terms.
Understood. He nods back behind the wall, and you hear the wood gates kind of, and they open up. There are 2 men standing on the other side, on the inside. No weapons drawn. Their weapons are sheathed, but they are standing there, and you would assume that these are the men that will be going with you.
All right.
You may pass through. Tell your Danish companion that any acts of aggression will be met forthright.
He is well aware, my sons. I look back at Ingvar and I kind of nod and kind of gesture with my hand, kind of a beckoning to kind of have him follow me.
All right. He comes up and kind of follows you within 5 feet.
All right. So we're walking forward.
All right.
Across the bridge.
As you are passing under the gate that he's kind of over, the captain just kind of speaks now closer. He's not having to shout. He goes, "These are strange times we live in, Father.
They are, my son.
Very strange times.
They are indeed."
All right. He kind of comes out to the other side as you guys are coming through. We'll say these are the 2 men that will be going with you.
Right.
You guys come through. The gates close behind you. And he says, "All right, these are the 2 men that will be going with you to Chester. You will not leave their presence at any time. If you hurry now, you should be able to get to Chester before late, before nightfall. If
Thank you.
if I hear word that your Danish traveling companion has done anything that I deem illegal, or that the king or God deems unworthy of his people, you and him will both be held responsibly together. Do I make myself clear?"
Understood, my son. These are reasonable terms.
All right. You may be on your way. And he turns, and the 2 guards that are with you, one gets in the front and kind of beckons you guys to follow him, while the other falls behind. Again, their weapons are not drawn, but you can see that they're not afraid of you. They're like, "Oh yeah, this is a priest. This is every day." But for Ingvar, you can see they're very nervous around him. They're kind of keeping a 5-foot distance. Their hands are kind of on their swords, just kind of nervously watching him to see if he's going to try anything. But again, Ingvar trusts you, and I feel like he would have followed your lead at this point, especially seeing as how he doesn't understand what you guys are saying.
Right, he has no idea.
No. So you guys continue on your trek towards Chester, with the 2 guards following you.
On the way, just really quick,
following,
I explained the terms that we agreed to, translating them to Ingvar as we walk.
Okay.
So he's fully aware of what the terms were.
He seems a little bit hesitant. He feels like you guys might be walking into a trap. He's happy that he still has his weapons and that they didn't disarm him. So he still feels a little bit confident, but he feels like it's kind of like out of the pot into the fire kind of idea. You guys are just getting deeper and deeper into Saxon territory, and he does not feel comfortable without having any means of backup, of, connections, nothing. everything he knows and everything that is of his culture is up here. He is 2 to 3 days away from anything that he knows and loves. So he's very much putting his life in your hands right now. And he voices that to you, and he voices his concern. And it's at this point that you realize that for all the warrior and toughness and cold-hearted that Ingvar is, you can sense somewhat of still a scared child, because he is still pretty young. He's aged, since he left Kattegat. Some time has passed. But, marching from one place to the next and doing raids. Because before the Battle of York, I would say that probably a year had passed. So he's probably 19, maybe 20 at this point. So he's still pretty young. You're older. How old are you?
I'm trying to remember what we had said.
I think you said mid-20s.
Yeah, I think because he went on that journey. I'm trying to... Here, 1 second.
Because I think you said he went on the journey at 18, and then he was the father of that church for 4 years.
Yeah, at least a couple years. So he's 23 or something like that.
Yeah. And it kind of catches you off guard, because you're for this whole time you've seen Ingvar as just this savage, and now you kind of notice that he has emotions too. He's scared, even though he's hiding it very, very well. You can see that there is an uneasiness to him, and he isn't just this murdering, rampaging savage. But the rest of your journey goes off without a hitch. It's actually a little bit quicker, because you guys aren't jumping off the road every time you see a traveler. You actually pass travelers. Some of them give you very confused looks. Some of them give you very dirty looks. Even one traveler who's riding on horseback spits at Ingvar as you pass. You see Ingvar kind of tense up and want to do something about it, but then hearing the guards in front of him and behind him kind of pull their swords out slightly at just the slightest sight of him tensing, he kind of mumbles something under his breath. You can't quite hear what it is. Maybe some Danish curse word. And you guys continue your journey until you arrive at Chester. I will pull up the Chester map that I have. Badoom. You guys get there. Whoa, that zoomed me out way too much. You guys arrive at the top gate here. I don't know if you saw where I marked there. There you go.
Yep.
That is where you guys are coming in. Chester is right on the coast, so there is ships and docks and ferrying of different trade resources coming in. The city seems to be bustling. It's a pretty large city comparatively for that time. Not as big as some of the other cities, such as, York was a very large city. Winchester is the capital, so Winchester is huge. But this definitely isn't bad. You come walking in through the gates. Walking in was also no issue. The guards were about to stop you, where the two people escorting you, the two Saxon soldiers escorting you, step forward. They have a bit of a conversation very quickly, back and forth. They probably dropped the name of their captain who sent them. And the two guards kind of look at you, look at the Dane, and go, "All right, come." And they let you into the city. So it's nice that you were able to talk them down, because if you had tried to fight your way through it, the rest of the journey would have been, getting into the city even would have been very difficult. So you made it very easy for you. Fighting is not always the way. You come into the city, and again, it's bustling. It's a coastal city, so there's a lot of trade going on. But again, it's not very large, so there's not... Most of the bustling is trade specifically. So people carrying huge crates over to the shipyards, the docks, people trying to sell their wares. other people, loading onto boats to travel to other cities in England or further, Francia, or wherever they may be traveling to. What would you like to do at this time? At this time, also, the escorts then say to you, all right, you are here. Thank you for traveling without attacking us. We know how Danes can be. And he kind of looks at Ingvar untrustingly still. Even through this entire time of Ingvar being passive, they still are very untrusting. And they... God bless you, Father. God be with you.
And you, my sons. And I walk up to the two guards, and I just kind of do like a cross motion over both of them, just kind of bless them really quick. Thank you for doing your duties well. You are pleasing to God in all that you do.
They both kind of bow their heads to you as a sign of respect that, a lot of people would do towards priests and fathers. And they both turn on their heels and begin their march back towards the blockade. You are now free in the city of Chester to do as you please. There are...
You're now free to move out the cabin.
As you can see, the seatbelt sign has been taken off. I am no longer railroading you. You can do as you please.
Please do not wear high heels, for you may tear the evacuation slide.
Oh, gosh. This is your GM talking. All right, so as you can see, there are numbers on the map as well. Each one is a different location. The only two that I don't really have a location for is 9 and 6. Those are just outside. That's outside the castle. That's what that is.
Okay.
So if there's a place that you would specifically like to look for, anything you would specifically like to do, you're free to do so.
I want to immediately find the local church so that I can speak to the local priests and tell them what's happened and then kind of figure out what to do from there.
All right. 8 is the church.
Okay.
So
do I know how to get there?
You can. Well, yeah. Again, this is a pretty small city. Even though it is a center of trade, you can tell that the city is probably going to expand.
Okay, so I can see the church's spire.
You can see the church's spire off in the distance. I mean, again, you came in right here. The church is right here. It's just a couple second walk down the road. Because again, back in this time, large cities were not that large comparatively to what cities are nowadays.
Yep.
So you walk down the road. Ingvar is following behind you, and you are definitely a sight to behold. A priest leading very clearly a Danish Viking. You get all assortment of looks. You're getting nasty looks. Some are even directed towards you. Even though, despite you are a priest and people having a respect for you being a priest, they don't understand what your story is and are just jumping to conclusions that maybe, this priest has denounced Christianity and is now a pagan, and he goes around with this pagan savage, and you can see all of these things being thought in the minds of the individuals that you pass. Some people could care less. Most of the people that could care less are the traders that just want to sell goods to you. They don't really care who you are. They just want money. But you're not really in the market district. There are a few stalls, but as you walk closer to the church, number 7 is a stable. As you walk by, you hear the horses neighing and also the slight scent of manure, of horse feces. But you do realize that the church was actually somewhat strategically placed based on the stable, where it's upwind. It's not, the wind isn't blowing the stench into the church. Because it's coming from the coast. The air always comes towards the land. The wind always comes towards land, so it's blowing the stink more towards 5 and 3. And the right side of the city is more fresh air.
Okay.
Also, as you entered the city, or as you were drawing closer, the salty taste and smell of the ocean greet you. It's a familiar smell. You have traveled to Chester and Peterborough and other cities that were coastal cities, and you have ridden on a boat from your backstory, having gone to
Scotland.
Scotland. Yeah, Scotland Yard. But yeah, you've traveled quite a bit, so this is no unfamiliar experience for you. But you find your way to the church, and you are free to enter the church. What are you going to tell Ingvar to do?
Let's see. I don't really want to keep Ingvar out of my sight because I'm afraid of what he's going to do. So, we approach the church door. Are we actually in the church now?
You're outside the church.
Okay. Is there anybody standing at the doors?
No.
Okay.
The doors are open as a sign to welcome anyone into the church. The church is, I mean, that goes the saying, the church's doors are always open to you. So the doors are wide open, and you can peer inside, and this is what you see. It isn't a large church, and this portion that you're seeing currently, as you quickly kind of glance in, seems to be more of a study area rather than an actual preaching chapel with like the steeple in front and where the priest would preach to the congregation. This seems to be more of an area where the entrance goes right into like their office, if you would.
Okay.
So there's desks. There's a couple priests that are sitting at these desks, whether they are transcribing or painting on the holy texts. And there is a more elderly priest kind of going from each one of the ones sitting at the table, going from one, looking over his shoulder, patting him on the back, and then going to the next.
Okay.
But no one's outside the church.
All right. I turn to Ingvar again real quickly, urge him, as you walk in, please make sure that this is a place of no violence. No one will hurt you here. But you're going to want to make sure that I do all the talking and maybe don't stare at them in the eyes. That won't be comfortable for them at all.
He kind of laughs, and he goes,
Well, obviously, priest, I can't speak your language. Duh.
But you can make noises. So you may not want to do that.
Secondly, I am stepping in no such building. I would displease my gods just stepping in a place like that.
Need I remind you, you were laying in a pool of your own blood in a place like that just a few days ago?
Yeah, I didn't help it though. I didn't walk in there. You dragged me in there.
Oh, I feel very sorry for you that I saved
Put
your
yourself in
but-
my shoes, priest. Would you go into one of our temples? I think not. You would displease your god. I will wait here.
and he kind of like angrily, somewhat like a stubborn child, kind of turns and like leans up against the church's wall next to the door, crosses his arms, and is just kind of staring at you.
Very well. You make a good point. Though I have to say I don't know if I would ever not walk into a temple. But I have to admit it wouldn't make me very comfortable, so very well. Just do not move.
At this point, he's not looking at you anymore. He is like glaring at every single individual that's walking by or sitting down in some manner of whatever they're doing in their day. Anyone that's staring at him, he is staring them down. And you can you kind of glance back and you see all these Saxons just out of pure fear of him, breaking their look and not looking at him anymore. They're like, oh no, he's looking at me. And you kind of hear a little chuckle come out of him as he's sitting there having to stare down with all these people.
Cool.
But
All right.
he's just leaning against the church wall.
All right. So I walk in, or Godwin walks in. Excuse me, brothers. I am looking for the head father here. Can you be of assistance to me?
Ah, son,
The individual that was kind of walking back and forth between the different priests that were doing their tasks, he kind of turns to you and slowly walks over. He does the cross symbol to you.
May God be with you. I am the father of this church. How may I assist you this day?
Please, Father, forgive me for disturbing your work, but it is very important that I come and see you.
And what is this importance?
Father,
Pardon my rudeness. Please, come with me.
And he kind of beckons you, and he turns and hunched back. This guy's ancient. He's very old. Hunched back, kind of slowly walks past the two priests that are sitting at their desks working. You glance down. They are doing very beautiful artwork on different parchments, whether it be, drawing different scenes from holy saints that did miracles, or many of these tasks you yourself have also done. And you can't help but admire the beautiful colors, and somewhat of a feeling of nostalgia comes back to you. You miss your quiet evenings painting and transcribing the holy text. But you kind of snap back to it, and you continue to walk past. He walks to the end of this large room, turns left, and there's two doors. One door leads to the main chapel room where the services would be held, and the door on the right leads to a very small office where there is a cot and a desk and a chair. It's very simplistic. There is no tapestries on the wall. There's no color. It's just the stone walls, not even a rug on the ground. You can tell that this father lives a very simple life to give more back than to take. He goes and slowly sits down on his stool. There is another chair in there for you to pull up if you would so desire.
Please sit. Can I offer you some water?
Godwin sits down and he gestures to accept the water.
He grabs two chalices that are just simple tin, pulls them out of the desk below, sets them on table, one in front of you, one in front of himself, pulls out a vase of water and pours each of you a glass.
So, my son, what brings you to my humble chapel?
Father, I must seek your wisdom. What I'm about to tell you is incredibly grave, and to be honest, if it was told to me, I don't know if I would believe it myself, but I must speak the truth to you, as we must always speak the truth to one another.
Go on.
And he seems to now be more serious. At the time when you entered, he was very lighthearted and welcoming, and now he gets this more serious expression on his face.
Father, I am the priest at St. Cuthbert's Church, not far from York. But as you can see, I am very far from my parish this morning.
Oh, indeed.
I must relate to you a story. So, with the war going on and everything going on in York, there have been many wounded and many refugees to my church. Many wounded that myself and my fellow brethren have been taking care of for weeks and months. We have taken all in, Saxons and including a few Danes here and there, in order to administer, God's work upon their lives and to offer them hospitality. But one afternoon, a few Saxon soldiers showed up from York, which is not completely unusual. We have soldiers stop by and pray occasionally, especially before going into battle. But this was different. They came in and they demanded my Danish sick who were laying on the church floor. I, Father, could not let them take them away. They were under my charge, and they were still being healed, and so I could not let them go. And so deciding that this was God's house, I refused them. But they kept insisting and trying to push past me and trying to take away the various people under my charge. And before I knew it, when things seemed to be spiraling out of control, I was almost afraid that the Saxon soldiers were going to do something, and they said they were going to harm and kill those under my charge, which, again, I could not let them do. But before anything could happen, and right before it seemed like violence was about to break out, wait, I'm trying to remember, really quick pause, thinking back. Did one of the soldiers kill one of the Danes? Or did one of the soldiers kill a priest first, or did...
Yes.
That happened first, okay.
Yep.
It just kept escalating and escalating, and before I knew even what was going on, one of the soldiers stabbed one of my monk brothers.
Oh,
Right on the church floor. We were all frozen, we didn't know what to do. But all I knew is that we were in grave mortal danger. Well, right as I was praying to myself on what to do, one of the wounded Danes got up and threw his axe in order to protect himself and presumably us. And so, in the commotion, I closed the door on the Saxon soldiers, and we tried to take out all those who would go. Unfortunately, all who were able to leave were myself, a Dane, and one of my brothers. We ran out the back of the church, and before I knew it, one of my brothers was shot down by an arrow in cold blood, and it was not but me and the Dane running into the wilderness, running for our lives. And I couldn't help but think to myself, why would these Saxons just come in and slaughter priests just to get a few Danes? I was so confused, and we didn't know what to do, and so we continued to wander, and we eventually found this very strange woman, who I won't go into too much detail about, but we stopped with this one woman in the swamps, and we decided to make our way here to Chester, and I had to warn you, Father, we have to get the word out. Something very strange is going on, that Saxons would not only kill other Saxons, but kill Saxon priests. I had to come and warn people.
He sits back slowly, his old bones slowing him down. He slowly takes a sip of his water and sets it back down and shakes his head. This is quite the series of events, my son. I am very sorry that such terrible things have happened to you. I must first... Here, let me turn this down a little bit. It's really loud. I first must... not congratulate. What's the word I'm trying to think of?
Like condolences?
Condolences.
Or commend?
Commend, yes, thank you.
Okay.
I must commend you on seeking to help all those who are lost, whether they be pagan Saxon or the like. It is very honorable, and God himself would be very pleased with you, my son. As far as the events that transpired in your church, I, too, am very unpleased and surprised to hear that soldiers would act in such a way. Why else are they there but to protect the civilians and the priests and do God's bidding? These are troubling times. We for sure live in the end times. It's troubling.
At this point, I think Godwin is kind of like, for the first time, like he's been on the road for like all this time. He's had like no time to grieve. And as he's like explaining this and hearing him kind of like Godwin is like starting to tear up a little bit and just kind of mumbles to himself like, I didn't even get to bury them, Father. I didn't even get to bury them.
The the head of this church, the old man, seeing your tears begin to well up, and you get that lump in your throat, he slowly stands up and comes over and lays a hand on your head, and begins to silently whisper. You are still kind of, everything is flooding back to you now, and you don't really quite realize what he's whispering until you kind of stop and collect yourself and begin listening to what he's whispering. And it is a prayer of healing and recovering that you too have prayed many times. It is one of the, what is it called? One of the, like, the chants that it's like the same that everybody does, like hallowed be thy name.
It's a liturgical prayer.
Liturgical, yeah. He's doing a liturgical prayer as his hand is on your head, and he's just praying over you silently. You hear him silently finish the prayer, to whisper amen, and he very slowly, and you can tell this is painful and hard for him, but he gets down on his knees to be at eye level with you, and he says, "My son, you have endured much. You are welcome here for as long as you need. We will provide shelter and a place to sleep and food.
Thank you,
will
Father.
send one of my younger sons. I am slow in old age. They will go and speak with the queen. She is actually here." And give me a history local again.
Okay. Pull this up. History local. Or knowledge local, you mean?
Knowledge local, yes.
Okay.
8. You wouldn't know who the Queen of Mercia is.
I look kind of inquisitively at him. The Queen, Father?
Ah, yes, I forget that you are from Northumbria. The Queen of Mercia, the daughter of King Alfred, Lady Athelflaed. She has come to our humble city to see to various preparations in light of the siege of York. Apparently she has gotten wind of all of those events. I will send one of my priests to the castle to see if maybe she would be willing to hear your case. I am sorry that I myself cannot do more other than provide shelter and prayer for you, my son.
You have done everything, Father. I thank you so much. The Dane that I spoke of is just sitting outside the church. At least I hope he's still there.
He
I
too
look slightly concerned.
He seems to just kind of move past your concern. He knows that you're going through a lot right now. And he very understandingly, he too is welcome in this church. We provide food and shelter for him, providing that he honors our traditions.
Well, I don't know about honoring traditions, but he will hopefully listen, Father. I will do my best.
Before you leave, I offer this guidance and word of advice to you. Remember that when our Holy Father sent his Son, Jesus, to us, he did not come for the wealthy or the pure of heart. He came for the dirty, the poor, the tax collectors, those that were hated. You have a heart of Jesus. Go now, my son, and may God be with you.
And I nod and thank you, and I stand up from the chair and start to walk out.
He very painstakingly puts his hand on the desk with the other on the chair and gets up, and he goes over. He's already out of breath just from standing up, and he follows you out the room to go and continue to supervise the younger priests. As you walk out, that is when he kind of calls into the sanctuary towards another priest that you didn't see. And you hear him giving the priest instructions and telling him, kind of points over to you, and then continues to talk, telling the priest to go to the keep and see if he can get an audience with the queen for you. Having connections in the church is very good. It's powerful.
Yes.
You come out to the door, and Ingvar is not there.
Ah, fuck.
Give me a perception check real quick.
All right. Natural 20, natural 20, natural 20, natural 20.
16.
16.
You're just like, oh, blast. You begin looking through the crowds. You're trying to look for him. And with a 16, you hear a twig snap just in time to turn around and see him kind of lunge out at you and I got you, priest. You thought I ran away, didn't you? You don't trust me.
I'm not amused at all. Well, Ingvar, I just wanted to come out to tell you that I've talked to the head father here, and he's offering us food and shelter while we wait to hear what the queen has to say. She may hopefully hear our plight and what has gone on at my church.
I have already told you I don't wish to sleep, much less walk into such a place of worship of another false god. And I need ale. I was wandering a little bit, don't mind me, while you were in there, and I think I might have found a tavern of sorts. I can't order anything, though, because I don't speak your confounded language. So I need you to order me some ale.
Well, I would be happy to order you some ale if you agree to accept the brother's hospitality. And I kind of interject. It's not like I'm asking you to believe in my God, am I?
Maybe with ale I'll agree with you more.
I sort of like
begins to walk towards where he thinks he saw the tavern.
Okay, I
You
follow suit.
You follow, and behind you, you hear the songs of the church slowly grow quieter and quieter, and the sound of the village and city grow louder and louder. So you are at 8. He had kind of wandered down this way and got to about there when he started to come back. He didn't travel too far. So he is saying that he thinks he saw a tavern over like in 5 and 3, that direction.
Okay.
So he's kind of leading you that way, but he still is kind of like needing you to lead him because he doesn't speak the language. He doesn't know your cultures and stuff. And also he doesn't want to leave you too far because he knows that, if all it would take is one guard to think that he was doing something bad and he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. So he's trying to stay somewhat close to you for unreluctant protection.
All right, so yeah, I'm kind of walking kind of alongside him. I'm not really sheepish to go to the tavern, but I feel a little silly on the inside, like having to do this. But I'm wanting to make sure that I'm kind of keeping him with me, and he's not gonna go crazy while we're here. So I'm kind of reluctant, but also kind of happy to make sure I'm with him at all times.
All right. So you head down the road that he pointed out. It seems at this point that word has spread very quickly that there's a Dane in the city. And there's somewhat of like a crowd that aren't gathered, but they're kind of all watching him. And it's more of a spectacle now. It's not so much of, oh, like, screw this guy. It's more like kids kind of like, like giggling and pointing at him. And like, there's like 5 kids that are just kind of trailing behind you, watching you guys, trying to figure out what you're going to do. They want action. They want to see something happen. When you come down, you turn the corner and are greeted with an assortment of smells, colors, noises. Even you pick up some different languages that are... you speak Pictish, don't you?
Pictish, yeah.
Yeah. You hear a quick word in Pictish. You're like, whoa, like, what's that? And this is the marketplace. There are people bustling around, people carrying huge barrels of mead and fruits and carts rolling down and people jumping out of the way to get out of the way of the horse-drawn carriage. And you hear the ting, ting of a blacksmith and people viewing his wares, his armor, his weapons. And right across the street from all this hubbub is a very intentionally placed tavern. I absolutely love this tavern. This is such a cool tavern. This is what you see across the street of the of this hubbub, the market. You turn and you see what seems to be a mill, but somewhat has been added onto and modified. There's portions that have they've added more room to the base of this mill. It's not just a tower. And hanging over the door, typical to people trying to mark their trade, you see the sign of an inn/tavern. And in big red lettering across the doors, you see it says Old Mills Inn.
Old Mills Inn. Okay. Does that mean anything to me? Other than that, that's just the name.
That's just the
does it
name.
have any okay.
No, not to you. That's just the name of this specific tavern.
All right.
You see at this time that Ingvar is somewhat taken up in the commotion of the market, people trying to sell him things, and he's somewhat fascinated. You see for the first time that he isn't on edge wanting to either protect himself or kill someone else. He's now, you see him holding up cloth and feeling it, and he has this astonished look on his face when he's touching silk. He's like, wow, like, because these are things that maybe he doesn't have in his city. Even though Kattegat is a very large center of trade in Denmark, it might not have some of the materials or trade artifacts that, they have. So he's kind of lost in the crowd, but you do quickly spot him.
Okay. Ingvar, I believe that is the tavern that you were looking for, is it not?
He turns and he sees he can't read the name of the tavern, but he sees the picture where they have this cast iron post and sign of like a tankard with ale coming out of it, and then also like a sleeping man on the side to signify that it's like a tavern and an inn. And he's like, yes! And he kind of like pushes past you, like somewhat intentionally to kind of playfully shove you with his shoulder. And he kind of walks towards this tavern.
Right.
You gonna follow him?
I am.
All right. So you approach the tavern, and this is what you are greeted with. There are a few horse stalls in the front of the tavern for, any travelers or anything like that to hitch their horses to while they stay and drink or to spend the night. And there is a worker out there who is throwing hay into some of the stalls that there are a few horses stored. He's cleaning the water, doing basic chores. And the front door is right here. And Ingvar is already kind of just storming up there.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep up with him.
All right, so you kind of follow in suit. He comes into the door, and you are greeted with a warm and pleasant smell. The smell of fresh baked bread and salted meats and somewhat of a bitter smell of cheese, but you know it's cheese and it smells good, and you notice your mouth begins to salivate, and it's at this point that you realize that you haven't eaten in a day and a half. You haven't eaten since you left Lagash's hut. And you feel your stomach. This area here is just kind of like a seating area. There's a few tables set up to sit and eat. There's a fire. It's more of just kind of like the lobby in a hotel, if you would. Just kind of an area where you could sit and rest. But you hear more noise, and just leaning in, you see some people sitting down at chairs.
Okay.
Ingvar, again, pushes past you and walks in. And the tavern somewhat kind of comes to like a halt. But at the same time, like I said, word has gotten around that there's this Dane. And a priest. A priest and a Dane traveling together. So even though the customers, the clientele of this inn kind of turn and stop what they're doing, stop their conversations, and look at you, the bartender immediately turns to you when you walk in. He sees the Dane, and he goes, I was waiting to see if you would come visit me. Welcome to Old Mills Inn. What can I get for you?
I turn to Ingvar and I translate what he just said.
Ingvar is like, ale, 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 ale. He starts doing this chant. The bartender kind of laughs, and he's like, I don't speak much Danish, but I know he's asking for alcohol. Am I wrong?
I sort of like shake my head like, nope, you're not wrong.
He, and just to describe this man, he's this big burly man. He has tons of hair on his thick red arms. He's got those like the red cheeks, the red big button nose. He is almost bald. What little hair he has left, he has it very like perfectly combed over his bald patch. He's wearing a stained apron, and he's sitting there bustling around, helping, serving drinks and stuff. He kind of taps the counter, signifying for Ingvar to come sit down in front of him. Ingvar kind of looks to you and gives a wink and a smile and goes and sits down at the bar. And he, the barkeep is like, in Danish, says like one word, kind of, he doesn't really speak a lot of it, but in Danish he's like, coin, coin. And Ingvar's like, yeah. And he pulls out his little coin purse. He pulls out, we'll say like 2 gold, flicks him the 2 gold. The barkeeper's eyes like light up, and he's like, ha! I knew I liked you. All right. And he takes a huge flagon of it's an empty right now, but he takes this big barrel, and you can kind of glean that this is maybe something he does as a show for his customers, but he's big. So he grabs this huge barrel of ale, pops the cork, grabs it, heaves it over his shoulder, and just starts pouring it from the barrel into his thing. And he starts in Danish again going, chug, 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 chug. Very poor Danish, but understandable. And Ingvar like gets his head underneath and he's drinking ale going all over his beard. He's having fun. Is there anything you would like to do at this time?
See, I don't have any coin on me, do I?
Well, what is...
Or does the 2 coin, like, pay for everything?
Well, 2 gold is a lot. That's
Okay.
a lot. Like, basically, Ingvar just paid for drinks unlimited for the night.
Okay. I am, like, I'm even more hungry now than I was when I stepped in. Like, I'm really feeling it. And, yeah, and I think, I'm kind of cautious, because, for those of you who don't know, Godwin is somewhat of an on and off functioning alcoholic. So he's like, seeing everybody drinking and eating, but like he's really feeling the effects of just everything that's happened, and so he just kind of quietly kind of sits on the stool, kind of gestures to the bartender who's now, pouring ale down Ingvar's gullet. And
at this point, the bartender finishes his whole little show. It's this whole little thing he does. He sets the barrel down. Ingvar's cup is completely full. Ingvar is very happy. This is the first time you've actually seen, like, a genuine expression of happiness. It seems as though he's almost forgotten that he's in England. It looks as though, like, you're almost seeing what he would act like at home. He is... like, somewhat doing a little drinking song to himself. No one else knows the song. He's, like, doing this song, this Danish song. He's drinking. He's setting it back down. He's, like, telling a joke to the bartender who just kind of like, ha ha ha! I don't know what he's saying. And he kind of turns to you, seeing as how Ingvar is very happy. And he turns to you, well... now that I have the Dane satisfied, I don't need any bar fights. So what can I do for you, my priest friend?
A cup of ale, my son, and food if you have it, please.
Oh, we made some fresh bread and cheese and meat. Does that interest you?
Yes, please.
Absolutely. He pulls out another huge, same size as Ingvar flagon. And he fills it, doesn't do the whole procession with you, seeing as how you're a holy man, he doesn't want to embarrass you. But he fills it, you're somewhat surprised at the size. He didn't even ask you for, like, how much you wanted. It's just, again, the 2 gold basically gave you a free ride of this tavern for tonight.
Right.
Because, again, 2 gold's a lot. Like, 1 gold in D&D universe is, like, the equivalent of, like, depending on your job, month's worth of wage.
Right.
So he just passed him like a $500 bill, essentially.
Right.
So
Robert is gonna be so pissed when we like go something. He's like, I'm gonna pull out my 100 gold. You mean like your 98 gold?
Oh, he would have done this anyways. He would have gotten a bunch of
I
drinks.
know. I know.
So he pours you the thing. He kind of like snaps, and he's like, Eisel! And the maid that's been like kind of busking the tables, running around, serving drinks to the people that are not at the bar. She runs over, and he's like, get off, priest friend. Some fresh bread, cheese, and meat. And right away. And she kind of rushes off in this direction. Very quickly comes back with piping hot bread. You can see the steam rising off of this very almost sweet smelling loaf of bread, and on the side is freshly cut cheese. Like, this thing is just out of the churning table. So fresh cut cheese. There's a loaf of, or not a loaf, like a roll of like sausage that like a couple of them been sliced up for you, and she sets down this wood platter in front of you. It looks delicious. It's like the first, and it's like comfort food for you too, because at the church you'd mostly eat just what you need. Like, you'd make bread for the day. That bread would last you for a week. Like, it's not going to be the best food. Whereas at this tavern, it's just the best of the best, the delicious food.
So I kind of pause. I cross myself, and I proceed to I'm like really just wanting to like stuff my face, but I'm like, trying to control myself and
Slowly
not just
pace yourself.
ramming it down my gullet. Yeah. So I'm kind of eating. I glance over at Ingvar as he's still just kind of humming to himself.
Oh,
and
he's
singing.
already gone through one whole tankard, and the bartender is already filling up another.
Okay.
He has a iron gut. You're deeming at this point. He's probably been drinking since 13. So he's just downing this ale, and the ale is also delicious. When you walked in, you noticed that he kind of had his brewing methods kind of on display to show everybody, like, hey, this is how I make. Because he makes all of his own his sprites, his ales, his spirits, his ales, everything he makes himself. And he has this very intricate method of, this was an old mill, right? So he actually grinds up the grain himself with the mill, because portions of the mill are still working. And he has it go into various canisters and tubes and all these things, and he has almost this entire alchemy set in the back, this room that was over here. You guys didn't go into it, but you saw it as you walked in. And huge, like, just an assortment. You've never been one to make ale, so you didn't really fully understand what you were looking at. But it's somewhat of a show off, like, hey, look at what I can do. This inn is very much a show. And you take a sip of your ale, and it's like a honey amber sweet, but not too sweet. It's perfect. It's warm but cold at the same time. It warms your inside, but it's refreshing. And he kind of leans forward with this, like, knowing glint in his eye, and he's like, "You like it?"
I kind of like, or Godwin kind of like puts the cup down just a little bit mid-drink.
Swishes it.
kind of looks up at him, and like Godwin, kind of in a sort of like slight, like, sort of, because he's been very like reverent and everything like this whole time, just kind of like winks at the bartender and just chugs the entire thing, like just downs it all, and then carefully, slowly puts the cup back down and just says, "Yes, I like it very much."
He gives out a loud laugh that fills the entirety of his seating area. And there's a couple of the other patrons now that have like kind of stopped staring at you, and they kind of like raise their drinks to him, and they're kind of laughing too. This guy, you get the vibe that he's like the heart of this city. He's the one that cheers everybody up. He's the one that gives advice. He's the one that gets people through their hard day when they worked 14 hours. Their bones are aching. They come in here after their hard day, and he gives them their delicious ale, and they can just relax and laugh and tell stories. So he's set up this environment of just welcoming fun. He now, having finished serving, the different customers that have, been coming in or going out, he kind of leans in. "Well, you going to tell me your story? I'm dying to hear it, aren't we all?" So, and he kind of like looks over to the Ingvar and gives him a wink. Ingvar at this point is now like halfway through his second one, but he's slowing down now. He's like, he's like, he gives him a wink, looks back to you. "So, why is a priest traveling with a Dane? I need to know this." And he kind of just like centers himself on you, just like almost uncomfortably too close to your face too.
Okay, I want to roll a sense motive, because I just want to like, I want to kind of, Godwin's kind of just wanting, because he's really careful with this information. He doesn't want to spill too much before he sees the queen.
Yeah.
So he kind of wants to just check and see, like, does the bartender like have good motivations in wanting to know this information so he can blabber it, or is he like legitimately curious and like wants to know in a good way? Like,
give me a sense motive. Wow, jeez, ridiculous. So you can kind of see in his eyes that he is genuinely curious, more for himself, but also in the back of your mind, bartenders, tavern owners, those kind of things, they tend to be hubs of information. So you know that, like, if you ever need to find something out about someone or see if somebody's been in the city, the first place you go is the tavern. So he's wanting to know for himself, but also just so he has the information. Because not only is he a dealer of ale, he's also a dealer of information.
Right.
So he's wanting that information for himself and possibly for anyone that's willing to pay enough coin.
So I kind of look up at him, just kind of peering into his face, again, kind of reading, and Godwin sees that.
And he's giving you this big old rosy-cheeked smile. He's got a couple teeth missing, but it's not unflattering. Like, it just adds to his character.
Well, my son, I'd be happy to share some information if I can hopefully get some information in return. I kind of give him a wink.
Absolutely. Oh, but first, pardon me. I'm a terrible host. My name is Old Mill. That's why it's named Old Mill's Inn. What is your name, traveler?
I am Father Godwin, and this here is Ingvar, and I kind of tap my hand on Ingvar's shoulder just for a second.
Ingvar
gesturing to him.
Comes up for breath, nods, and goes back to drinking. You also noticed at this point that when you were so focused on trying to read Mill, because his name is Mill, when you're trying to read Old Mill, you look down at your plate and a couple pieces of your meat is missing. He's been snacking on your meat as well.
I kind of just shake my head and just kind of whatever. Well, it is good to make your acquaintance, Old Mill. We are fleeing. We are refugees from Northumbria. You see, all the violence and the war, as I'm sure you've heard about.
Yes, the Siege of York. Thrilling times we live in. Great tales, and plenty of patrons. Love it. Yeah. So you're fleeing on the run, but why with the Dane?
It's a rather crazy story, but my church was attacked, and this Dane, in a way, had a hand in saving me, and I saving him. It is a very strange situation I found myself in, but God knows these things.
His happy expression kind of goes a little grim and apologetic, and he pours you more ale, and he goes, I'm sorry to hear that about your church, brother. I know that your church is like your family, as is my family, and I don't know what I would do if anything were ever to happen to this place. So I understand. Well, that's fascinating, and I'm assuming that, you'd give him a little bit, of a tale, a story to kind of keep him interested. He goes, well, what are your plans now? What can I tell the buskers of the tale of the priest and the Dane? What are your plans? Where are you going?
It's even hard to know at this point. One moment!
It is
you can just cut this out.
Yeah, it is 1,000,000 degrees in my room, dude.
Yeah, it's warm. Speaking of food, praise! All right.
Your wife heard your stomach grumbling from all my descriptions.
Yeah. Exactly. You describe that bread, and I'm just like,
Hey man, I'm a food buddy. I love my food, so I'm good at describing
it. Yeah, you are. All right. Speaking to Old Mills, well, it is hard to know. We are hoping to get an audience with the Queen.
Queen? Wow.
Yes.
That's incredible.
Can you tell me anything about the Queen? I'm foreign to Mercy. I know some about Mercy, of course, but
Queen
can you tell me more?
Well, she is the daughter of King Alfred, who rules Wessex. He and her seem to have somewhat of a friendly agreement, an alliance, if you would, seeing as how she is his daughter, after all. And he is the rightful king of all of England. but he lets her rule Mercia just to make things a little bit easier on himself. I'm sure you can imagine it's quite a lot of responsibility to manage such a large city and country. So she rules Mercia. She's
Kind of leans in close.
she's very beautiful, very, very beautiful. Many dukes and lords are seeking her hand in marriage, but she seems to be more focused in politics. And he kind of, again, grows a little bit more solemn. Sorry to hear about your church, really. It is no surprise, though, that such a thing would happen in Northumbria. Again, you know, I'm a dealer of information, and I've heard some travelers talking that Northumbria is falling into shambles. The want-to-be King Athelwald, the cousin of Queen Athelfled and the nephew of King Alfred, had a bit of a falling out, if you would. He sees himself as the rightful ruler of all of England, even though King Alfred is clearly superior and far better of king than he ever would be. He fled to Northumbria, and that is where he is ruling. So, with high tensions between Mercia, Northumbria, and Wessex, the Northumbria seems to be getting the short end of the stick. They are poor, they're suffering from poverty, and now seemingly also Danish raids. So it is with sad heart, but also not too surprising to hear that maybe some of their soldiers are a bit, high-strung, and also being led by a corrupt, ungodly man. So, do with that as you please.
Godwin nods to the barkeep and basically, kind of quietly says, "I thank you very much for your kind words."
And
it is a difficult
give
time.
give me a knowledge local again.
Knowledge local. Oh, natural 20.
Nice. Yeah. So when he was talking about Athelwald, you knew Athelwald was the king of Northumbria. He has only been the king there, or self-proclaimed king of Northumbria, for only like a year or two. It's been very short. You didn't know the specifics of all the politics and drama that was going on, seeing as how you're a priest and you're more interested in the things of God and saving souls.
And I'm not like a bishop, and I'm not involved in the politics of the
Exactly.
court.
You had your church. You were in your own little world. So you didn't know too much about it, but you did know that there was somewhat of a falling out. That it wasn't war, but there was high tensions between Northumbria against Mercia and Wessex. They kind of seem to segregate themselves from the entirety of all of the dealings. King Athelwald was not accepting the divine rule of King Alfred over him. He just kind of claimed independence. And although it didn't affect you too much, you were noticing that the economical and wealth of the country was beginning to diminish. There was far more homeless people coming to your church seeking aid. There was even more, the crime rate was going up. And it was not enough to be alarming, but you were noticing things like this. It definitely was a big jump for soldiers to attack you, but him explaining now kind of more of the broad idea of what was going on, you do have more of an understanding of, okay, maybe King Athelwald is not a good man.
Right.
And that your whole story that you went through just really confirms that.
Right.
So it starts to make a little bit more sense to you.
So Godwin kind of looks back up, he's thinking about all these things, what he's just said. You wouldn't by chance have heard of any other stories like mine? Can I be the only one that this has happened to? Have you heard of any other such
of churches being attacked by Christian Saxons. No, you are the first that has come, at least crossed my doorstep. If I hear any more, I will let you know, though, if that is some
Please
information
do,
that
my
you
son.
would like to know.
It would be very helpful to me.
We don't get too many travelers from Northumbria, seeing again as how tensions are high, and with Danes wandering and raiding as frequently as they do in the north, it's not safe to travel. So, what little information I have has been hard to come by. But your story, it's worth the information. It's fascinating.
And you've noticed also at this time, he's also kind of like writing some little notes down about your story. And he's like,
I can't wait to hear the songs.
of course, they will fudge on some of the information to make it more grand, but it'll be good. They will play in my tavern night and day.
Kind of look up at him. Songs?
Yes, songs! Do you not enjoy music? And it's at this time that you, almost for the first time now, you notice that there's actually like a bard, a busker, playing in the corner, just kind of sitting next to the fire. He's not playing a specific song right now. He's just kind of seems like he's just doodling around. Maybe he's on break or something. But, yeah. He says, yeah, him right over there. He came into town, like a week or two ago, and he's been playing in here. I've been providing food and shelter for him, and he's entertaining my guests. So I may hire him to make a good song. It's got a good hit. It's got a good ring to it, don't you think? The Priest and the Dane.
Godwin kind of like smiles for like a split second, kind of thinking about it, and then that kind of quickly comes to and like goes back to his drink. He's like, "Oh, yes, strange, yes, interesting," and goes back to drinking his cup. Because like on one hand, he's gonna like, "Oh, a story about me," and he's like, "Wait, no, not story about me. No, 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 no,
No, not me. I'm humble.
Humility, doo-doo.
At this point, he's like, excuse me, I must get back to some of my tasks. And he kind of steps away for like 10, 15 minutes to go, get another barrel of mead, get some food, whatever. So you are now left alone with Ingvar, drinking, eating. Your stomach is almost full and you've almost finished only like half of your plate. I mean, the loaf that they brought you was like an entire loaf.
And I'm not used to eating like huge amounts of food.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Exactly.
So as they're eating and drinking, Godwin kind of turns to Ingvar and says, "So, is Saxon land everything you thought it would be?"
It's everything and more. This ale is delicious. Our brewers would love to get this information on how to make it.
And the food, and he grabs another piece of meat from you. And he's like chewing with his he's like talking with his mouth full.
It's delicious. I'm so hungry. The fire is warm. It's dry. Good ale. Some nice music. I could live in a place like this.
Godwin kind of just listens to him, sort of like half
And he's
smiling,
slowly
just
starting
listening.
to also slur his words. He's getting a little bit more drunk now. Not like rowdy drunk, just like happy. He's just chill.
At this point, I'm probably like on my like third drink. Like I'm starting to get like kind of buzzed, but Godwin's a functioning drunk, so he doesn't really show it very much, but he's feeling it.
Yeah.
And he's kind of just drinking it down, kind of being reminded of everything that's happened and just feeling the soothing ale. He's kind of setting the food aside at this point and kind of drinking another one.
Ingvar's still like plucking from your plate at this point. Since you set it aside, he's now more diving into the food.
And as I'm kind of getting to the fourth one and I'm starting to feel the alcohol a little bit more, Godwin kind of kind of snaps out of it for a second, kind of realizes that he's kind of potentially falling into an old habit, and so...
And this is an easy place to do that. I mean, you look around, and again, it's the perfect temperature. You're not too hot, not too cold. The dancing light that goes across the entire room from the fire, the quiet strumming of a lute from the bard sitting there who's just kind of humming to himself, the mumbling and talking and laughs, the occasional giggles from the tenants of this inn. You hear the carts traveling down the road on the outside. Still people outside yelling for their merchandise to be sold. The outside has slowly started to die down. You can kind of, sitting at the bar, you can kind of see out the door. It's slowly beginning to get darker.
Okay. I guess this is a weird thing to ask, but I think at this point Godwin's gonna kind of like hit, like either he's gonna stay there and just keep drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking. It's a habit, and he, it's kind of a habit he's tried to break, but it's hard. Or he's going to be like, no, I gotta be sober for tomorrow, I can't do this, and he's gonna like stand up and walk out so he's not tempted anymore.
Okay.
So would that be a will throw for a big decision like that? Kind of coming at a...
You can leave it up to a roll if you want, or you can just, you are Godwin, so what would you do? You can either make that decision based on what you feel, or you can leave it up to a roll if you can't decide. But yeah, I would say that would be a will save.
Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it up to a throw.
All right, give me a will save. High, you leave. Low, you stay. That's a natural 1. You stay.
Oh, I stay.
So
okay.
you are like, oh, I should probably get up, and you stand up, and the second you stand up off your stool, the ale hits. Like, because you know how it is. You're drinking, and you're sitting down, you're like, oh, I'm fine, this isn't affecting me. You stand up, and then the whole room, like, you're like, you sit back down, and you're like, well, I guess I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to keep snacking to try to, work off the ale, but I'm also going to keep drinking at the same time. Yep. And at the same time, too, like you said, like, you're in this moment. You've had an issue with drinking, but also this feels like for the first time in, 3-4 days, you've been on the run. You've been sleeping rough. This is the first time you're warm, dry, you feel safe. You are enjoying the company of those around you, and even Ingvar. You're the strife and the almost not hate, but somewhat discomfort towards each other is gone. Like, it seems like you guys have been longtime friends. Like, he has his hand over your shoulder, and oh, priest, we've been through some shit together. And he drinks. And, like, you're kind of, like, at this point also trying to drink with him, and you're both kind of actually matched equally as far as how much you can down. And the night goes on until the old mill, most of the customers that were in there are slowly either going to their rooms or, stumbling out of the inn to go to their homes. You two are now, like, the only two that are left in there. And old mill is like, I love you, priest, but I'm tired. I need to go to bed. I've got an early day tomorrow. Can I offer you a room? And maybe someone to carry you there?
I kind of look up, again, functioning alcoholic.
But at this point, too, like, it seems like you had been staring at your drink for a long time, and you look up, and now it's, like, night. Have you ever had that where, like, time just, like, passes, and you didn't realize how long you were, like, zoned out?
Yep.
You look over at Ingvar. He's passed out on the counter. He's just head down, fully out. Ale still in his hand, but he's out cold.
Okay. I thank you for your hospitality. I'm sorry we have, kind of like feeling my head. Like I'm starting to realize, like,
don't be sorry. And he kind of taps you, like almost knocks you off of your stool. Oh, sorry. Kind of like corrects you. Hey, hospitality is my business. And I always enjoy a good story, and you've had one. So you've earned your stay by my watch.
Oh, Thank you. I do have a room at the church. I should probably find my way back so the brothers aren't wondering where I am. But if you would be most kind to house my Danish friend here, and I
Most definitely. He
is there
paid
like
me handsomely, so he can have the room.
would you is there like a piece of paper or something nearby?
Um,
And can Ingvar
Yeah, you
even
can-
read?
well,
Is he literate?
if you think about it, Danish didn't have writing. Danish wasn't
Right.
in writing. They have
Right.
runes that they would like. There was runes that meant different things, like
Right.
the rune of safety, the rune of protection, the rune of so on and so forth. But there
Right.
was not a written language.
Right.
All of their
Okay.
teachings and everything was by word of mouth and by song.
Right. I kind of look up at him. I was like, if you would be most kind to let Ingvar know in the morning that I've gone over to the church, and I like tell him the words just in case he's not too caught up on his Danish. Like I will be at the church, and
He kind of like repeats it back to you. Some of the words are like,
Yeah.
they're understandable, but like, when it's like an American trying to speak German, and they're like,
Right.
Auf Wiedersehen, you're like,
yeah. And
but he gets
and I
the
basically
message.
tell him to that I'll come pick him up in the morning, basically.
Okay.
I'll come find him in the morning.
He kind of
So-
like taps Ingvar on the back. He's like, he'll still probably be out, but I'll let him know if he wakes up. It's at this point
thank
that
you.
he walks around the bar, hoists Ingvar easily over his shoulder. Ingvar's just like dead, hanging there, and he carries him back to a room and sets him down. He comes back out. Do you need anything, my friend?
Oh, no. And Godwin leads really heavily on his staff at this point and starts to make his way
Yep.
out
Again,
towards the door.
you get up and the room instantly begins to spin again, even worse because you've been still drinking. And you kind of like, you're like, I'm fine. Boom! You run into like the door frame. Oh man, I really should not have drank this much.
And Godwin just kind of gestures
He kind of-
last thank you and blessing.
He
As
he crosses
wanders his
himself
way
in
out.
front of you and may God be with you. And he locks the door
And you, my son.
behind you as you walk away. He locks the door.
All right. So I'm gonna
You-
Godwin's gonna make his way towards the church now.
Give me a fortitude save.
Dude. Fortitude. Fortitude. There we go.
So it feels like an eternity trying to get back to this church. You didn't roll a natural 1, so you're not like sleeping in the streets, but it takes like a good hour or two. Like it took 5 minutes for you to walk here from the church. It takes you like 2 hours to get back to the church. You like stumble. There's one point where you just like sit down and you're leaning against a closed stall that somebody was selling some fruit or something. You don't know, there's a sweet smell in the air, but you're just sitting there just like, you like doze off and then wake up. You're like, no, I gotta get to the church. But you do finally manage to get your way into the church. The doors are closed, but they are not locked. What are you doing?
I'm finding my way to the room that they prepared for me.
Okay. So you walk in, and you go through the main office. No one is there. Everyone's, gone home or gone to their beds. You go into the sanctuary, and in the sanctuary itself, there's like a cot set up for you. There's like a little table there with a Bible sitting on it, and like a glass of like an empty tin glass and a chalice with water ready for you.
Okay. Godwin sees the water, very shakily pours the water for himself.
Just drinks out of the
And-
vase.
Yeah, he just starts downing water because he knows he's gonna like be in a lot of pain otherwise in the morning. So he just
You're still gonna be in a lot of pain.
I know. So he starts just drinking water, kind of quenching his thirst. Kind of stumbles onto the cot. At this point, like he's obviously really drunk, but he's really regretting his like lack of self-control. And so he kind of sees the Actually, there probably wouldn't be a Bible next to him because Bibles were like really, really rare. Like one church had one Bible for the whole church.
Gotcha.
So
then
that would have
some
been like on the
then
altar.
some sacred text or something. Just some night reading for you that they laid out
Right.
for you.
So he kind of stumbles through his like late evening prayers, kind of praying for
God,
for his, like,
hallowed be their name. I can't will be done.
Yep, pretty much. Stumbles through his prayers, feeling kind of bad, but also like, thankful that thankful that God is merciful, and so he just kind of finishes his prayer and then just thump, like
Just face
onto
first.
the cot. Yeah.
You instantly fall asleep. Not like you feel like you even fell asleep before you even hit the cot. Also, it's soft. The pillow, there's actually a pillow, there's a blanket. The cot itself is cushioned. You've been sleeping on uneven, rocky, thistly ground for, again, 4 days. So this has been a very, very, very refreshing, comforting night. Even though you're completely shammered, you feel very rejuvenated. You awake the next morning to the morning prayers, which you are now hearing in the audio. You're like on the side of the sanctuary, but they're doing the prayers in the sanctuary. So you're kind of like awkwardly like, oh, my head. Your head is throbbing. You drank a lot of water, but you drank way more ale.
Yep.
You don't feel sick. Again, you've kind of grown accustomed to drinking a lot just because of stuff in your past. So you're not sick, but you're just like, oh. And like they're all sitting there. They're ignoring you. They are not acknowledging you at all. They're sitting there just doing their prayers, being very studious. You like slowly sit up, and it's at this time that sitting also on top of the writings and different things for you just to like read if you wanted to. There is a crucifix necklace that is very, very beautifully made. It is made out of. Are you going to take a look at it, or are you just going to leave it?
Was it like set there for me intentionally?
It seems so. Yeah, it's
Okay.
on top of the writings, next to everything that they set out for you.
Then yes, I take a look at it.
So you pick up the crucifix, and your head is still throbbing, but again, you're a functioning drunk, and you're kind of like the light is coming in, so you're kind of squinting, but you're slowly adjusting to the light, and you see this beautifully made crucifix that it's entirely made out of silver, so it's pure silver. It's not like tarnished silver or rusted silver. It's as pure as could be, with beautiful gold inlaying, like wiring that very beautifully and craftily wraps around the cross with two purple gems that are placed at each end of the cross, and it is on a silver chain.
Ooh. I'm kind of like, he's kind of taken aback because it's like, most priests just wear a wooden cross because it's otherwise really expensive, and he's kind of almost like reluctant. But Godwin, kind of realizing it's probably a gift, he places it in his pocket. He's not going to wear it yet because he wants to make sure. But he places it in his pocket, and I kind of look around the chapel. Do I see the elder priest?
Yes, he is
nearby?
leading the morning prayers.
So he slowly gets up, like despite his like absolutely throbbing head.
You stand
Godwin's
up,
like,
and like so you stand up, and you're standing up slowly, but it feels like your body is moving up, but your brain is staying stationary. It feels like it's sinking into the bottom of your skull and going down your throat. Like you're just like, like you're like, come on, brain, move with my head.
And Godwin kind of decides in that moment, like, I deserve this. I need to join the morning prayer, no matter how much it hurts.
So you walk over, and there's plenty of room. It's not a large sanctuary, but it's bigger than yours for sure. And they're all up in the front doing their morning prayers, and you come over and you find a place and you join in the singing in the morning prayers, and the elder father notices you and gives a slight smile and nods his head towards you, and continues his preaching and praying. The morning prayers then end. Um, Again, morning prayers probably happen pretty early, so
Mhm.
it's morning. You didn't sleep late through the day just because you were woken up. So yeah, you are now awake and free to do as you please.
Okay. So have the prayers ended?
Yes, prayers have ended. The other priests start to go about their day. Some of them are still sitting there praying. Most, like only one or two, stay and pray. The others are, going to do their morning chores, their cleaning, their preparations, whatever tasks they're in charge of. And the father, the abbot, is it abbot?
Well, if it was a monastery, it would be.
Gotcha.
If it's just a church, he's just the head, like, rector
Yeah.
of the church.
So the old priest that you spoke to the day before, he slowly shuffles off towards his office.
Godwin kind of follows him there and kind of quietly, like, Father, like, what's his name, actually?
You never asked him his name.
Oh, damn it. Father.
I see you're awake, Godwin. I trust you had a good night's rest. I hope the cot was satisfactory.
Oh, it was very satisfactory. Thank you, Father. Thank you so much. Kind of bows. I happened to find this crucifix, and he pulls it out of his pocket next to my bed. It is incredibly beautiful. It couldn't have
He
possibly
takes
been
your hand
intended
as you're holding it out, and he closes your palm around it, closes your hand around it, and he kind of pushes it back to you.
That is my gift to you, my son. Let it be a light in this dark world. Let it guide you and protect you. Many, he kind of somewhat knowingly laughs. Many prayers and blessings have been placed upon it. And I feel like it is better suited and fitted around your neck than mine.
Godwin is, he knows not to refuse, such a wonderful and wise old, like, priest. But he's like, well, on the contrary, Father, I think if anybody deserves to wear it is you, but I thank you nonetheless. It will be a great comfort to me. I thank you.
You're welcome, son.
And so Godwin kind of slowly takes off the cross he was wearing, places the new one around his neck.
The old father takes your cross and he places it around himself now at this point. He says,
I almost forgot. My old mind is very slow and forgetful. Please forgive me. My son that I sent the other day has returned, and he reports that you are to have a seating or be able to see the Queen later this afternoon, if you so still desire.
Godwin kind of like almost forgets that he has like a headache, and like, this is wonderful. Thank you, Father. Thank you so much. Kind of frantically, like, taking his hand.
It is the
like,
least I could do. And Queen Athelflaed, the beautiful butterfly, is a avid Christian and always gives time to the church. You will enjoy her company, I am sure. Now, if you pardon me, I have a few morning duties that I must get to. Is there anything else you need, my son?
Oh, no, Father. I have everything I need. Thank you so much again, and have a blessed day. I must find my Danish friend.
God be with you. You are in my prayers.
and he crosses himself and turns and walks to his office.
Godwin also slowly turns and begins to proceed his way out of the church and towards the tavern.
All right. You exit the church to yet another morning of hubbub, and your headache is very quickly reemerged when a cart goes in front of you within like a few feet, and the grinding of the wheels and the creaking of the wood it feels like lightning is striking around inside of your head and bouncing around. You're just like, why? But you stumble your way, somewhat laughing to yourself at how long it took you to get back to the church, seeing areas where you're like, almost like a dream, where like, I think I remember stopping there or stumbling there or falling asleep there, but it's like blurred.
Right.
You have some recollection of the night before, but not much. But you find your way back to the tavern, to a similar sight and smell of fresh bread being baked in the morning with new meats and cheeses and almost maybe scrambled eggs being made, omelets, and an assortment of sweet pastries that are wafting out of very intentional chimney pipes that are blown towards the rest of the crowds to get people to come in. You
right.
enter.
Do I see
By the way,
Ingvar anywhere?
this room right here is like his whole brewing room. So you
Okay.
walk by and there's like barrels and alchemist tools and all this stuff over there.
All right. So Godwin walks in, kind of looking around. Does he see Ingvar in the immediate
No.
room that he walks into?
Nope.
Okay. Walks down towards the actual
Alright.
tavern room.
You enter, and Old Mill is just starting to open up, it seems. Again, you woke up pretty early, so this is probably 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning. Seeing as how, your morning prayers might take an hour or two. He's just opening up. There's, like, no patrons. There's, like, one person sitting off in the corner that maybe was spending the night there, is waking up early to continue on a journey of theirs or something, and is having some morning breakfast before they leave. But you do not see Ingvar. But Old Mill smiles at the sight of you coming in, and, did you sleep all right?
The Godwin nods kind of sheepishly. Yes, I slept very,
Ah,
very well.
for a man your size, you sure know how to put down your ale. You drank like a horse last night.
Well,
what can I get for you?
For a priest, I've had to shake a few unholy habits that I'm still working on.
Ah, we all have our demons. I understand. Now, of course, you're probably here for your good friend Ingvar. He is still sleeping, I think. Or he's dead, I don't know.
Where is his room, if I may ask?
Down the hall, first one on the right.
Oh,
right
thank you very much. So I wander over.
You wander over. The person sitting next to the fire that's having their morning breakfast kind of nods to you. Father?
Nods
Greets
back.
You open the door. The door is unlocked. The bartender probably left it unlocked just so he could get out in the morning if he wanted to. And you open up the door, and there is Ingvar, still in his armor, still like sword and axe at his side, and shield like thrown onto the ground. He's like crooked on the bed. One leg is hanging off. His arms are like in awkward, impossible angles. He's got drool coming down into his beard, and he's just face down, just knocked the fuck out, just snoring. And he says something in Danish.
I know better not to. Godwin knows better than not to wake him, and so he kind of closes
Never
the
wake
door.
a Dane.
Yeah, and basically Godwin kind of decides, like, you know what? I'm gonna wait until closer to the time we have to leave. Like, how many more hours is it until we're supposed to meet the queen?
So he said that, like, Mid-afternoon, so your meeting with the queen is probably around 1 or 2.
Okay.
And it's only like 9 o'clock right now. So you got a few hours before you even need to go anywhere.
Okay. Godwin kind of goes back out into
the market is open. There's plenty of things to see in the city.
Mhm.
You can tell the bartender to keep an eye out for Ingvar if you wanted to leave and go check out anything. Again, I'm trying to like not do as much with Ingvar, kind of since he's not here.
Right. So yeah, I go back over to Old Mills and kind of just like kind of wink and say, I think he needs a little bit longer. And as I proceed to kind of continue out, so I kind of wave and kind of make my way outside.
He kind of whistles to you before you head out. It's like, oh, hey, Godwin, and you turn really quickly, turn just in time to catch a Danish pastry, not a Danish like the country Danish, but like a sweet pastry that he kind of tosses you. It's hot. You're like, oh, ha. So it's fresh out of the oven, and he's like, here you go. You look hungry. Maybe it'll help the headache go away.
Godwin kind of smiles at him, and he's, your hospitality and your generosity knows no end, and kind of gestures and waves and kind of takes a bite out of it and continues to walk. Sort of like bites it like an apple and then kind of walks out the door.
The pastry is delicious. It's somewhat of like a flaky bread with a sugar glaze that has been poured on top, and inside it's full of like this blueberry raspberry paste and jam, but with like full blueberries and raspberries in there. So you bite into it and like the jam like explodes in your mouth, but then also there's like a full fruit that you bite into as well. So it's sweet and delicious and almost completely takes your mind off of your throbbing head.
All right, Godwin kind of knows he has some time, and he's kind of like, I don't know when. He's kind of thinking to himself. He's like, I don't know when. Like the next time, I'll just be able to, just kind of be at peace and not have any like crazy responsibilities. So he kind of decides to sort of take a walk, sort of recreationally, kind of see the town, kind of walk through the market.
Yeah.
Kind of just explore.
So you walk through the market. It's still pretty early, so it's not as busy as it was yesterday when you first entered the tavern. But crowds are slowly beginning to grow. People are setting up all their stalls, but it's not busy enough that it's uncomfortable. You're able to walk around pleasantly and peacefully and look at all the new wares, and the merchants aren't being as aggressive since they're not having to yell over each other. They're more personal, seeing as how you're one of their first customers. They're being more personal with you, and brother, would you care to look at my wares? I have the finest silks. And there's another jeweler that's like, Father, would you care to see my fine jewelry? Many things that would make God himself very proud of the craftsmanship. And, they all have these slogans and things, and you hear accents that are from all over the world. You hear what you think is maybe a French accent, because again, you're a pretty learned and traveled man. You hear what maybe might be an accent from like Francia, an accent from, again, like Pictish. You hear even what you might think might be a Danish accent. You're not quite sure, but it's so many different people from all over the world are here trading and traveling, and it's quite fascinating. Because again, you've lived a pretty quiet life. Even though you've traveled, you don't get to experience incredible sights and experiences like this.
Right.
Is there anything in particular you might be looking for, or are you just kind of perusing?
He's just perusing. He doesn't have any money, and he doesn't really buy things for himself ever anyway, so just kind of looking.
So I would say that you would have like 15 gold probably that was just in your purse when you fled. So I would say you have 15 gold for now. Because Ingvar started with some money as well.
Okay.
But as
just
a priest,
little bit that he had in his pocket.
As a priest, you wouldn't be as wealthy. He started with a little bit more just because he came from a wealthy family and different things like that.
Right.
And then also through the first episode, he looted some money as well. So Ingvar is not short on coin right now. Yeah.
One
so
thing
you walk through the.
One thing that Godwin does realize though is that we talked about did he have like a bag earlier?
Yes. You had no traveling supplies.
Right. So Godwin kind of suddenly realizes I might have to be on the road again, and the
On
queen
the
might
road
help me out,
again.
but she might not, and I don't want to rely on everybody's hospitality. So Godwin starts looking for a bag and just a few basic things that you would want to take with you in the wilderness.
Yeah.
Just
So you kind of perusing, and there's the more fine wares of silver, gold, silks, fine foods, stuff like that. But then you find more of a general market where there's this individual that's selling, rope and hides and a tent and things like that. So if what all are you wanting, and then I can give you a price at this general wares market.
So just a basic bag, whether cloth or leather.
Okay.
And let's see, something like a flint, like a little
Fire
maybe
starter.
little knife and flint.
Okay.
Not a knife for self-defense, but for just tooling with. And let's see. Oh, and a water flask.
Okay. So, travelers, it's called a traveler's pack. Traveler's packs are pretty cheap. They're not that expensive. You find a market that has all the things that you want, so you kind of pick up another, and you're adding them all together to kind of make this survival backpack with a flint of steel. It has a bedroll in there, maybe a thicker fabric to use as a tarp, maybe even some fishing string, various just survival things that you would need on the road. You bring it over to the merchant, and that would only cost you 1 gold for the collective of everything.
Okay, Godwin purchases it for himself.
Okay, and you now have a traveler's pack. So in a traveler's pack, it's going to be everything that you would need while traveling. So it's going to have everything I listed, bedroll, water flask, all that good shit.
Cool.
Just so you're not sleeping on the cold, hard ground.
Right. So Godwin's purchased it, and he plans to take it back to the church, where his cot was, to kind of store it away, because he doesn't want to carry it around town.
Yeah. All right, so you head back to the church. You go back in, and somewhat of a similar sight to your first time entering. Some of the priests are back at their desks, working on transcribing, painting, various chores that they're doing. The old man is in the same position, watching over his flock as they're doing their work, making sure they're doing it correctly. He smiles to you as you enter, and you deposit your bag under your cot. You kind of slide it under.
At this point in time, what time is it?
After perusing and walking around, and then shopping and probably bickering the price down a little bit with the guy who's trying to oversell you, I would say it's probably 11 o'clock, almost midday. So you have an hour or two left.
So basically, I'm man, I gotta go rouse Ingvar now, because we won't have some time spare. So yeah. Godwin decides to kind of quickly, swiftly head back to the tavern and make sure Ingvar is up for the meeting.
So you come back to the tavern. You walk in, and you instantly see Ingvar rubbing his head. He's at the bar. He's just downing a huge glass of water. He has a mix of cheese, maybe somewhat of a scrambled egg concoction in front of him that Old Mill has provided for him. Because again, the two gold that he paid is that's a lot. That's gonna pay for all of his services for a couple days. And Ingvar sees you come in and kind of groggily nods you're entering the room.
Well, Ingvar, good morning. I'm glad to see you awake.
Stop yelling.
Well, you're gonna have to endure a lot of yelling in a little bit, because we're meeting the queen this afternoon in about an hour, so make yourself presentable.
Okay.
And he kind of finishes, he downs his water and the food real quick, heads back to his room where he leaves the door open, and you can see there's a wash sink back there. He splashes his face, he actually pulls like a little bit of a comb out of his pocket, because if you know about history, Danes actually were very like well groomed. They loved their beards and their hair and everything, and he does his best to tidy himself up. So he like straightens, gets the knots and cheese gunk out of his beard. He cleans it up. He washes his face off. You see him like wash his pits, just some basic grooming. Kind of straightens his armor back up, buttons up a couple buttons that were undone. Kind of does a quick once over of the room to make sure he didn't leave anything. You see him pat his axe on his side. And also, that's another thing. You've noticed that like he's very protective and possessive of this axe. It has very great importance to him. And every time you see him, he's always like hand on his axe. He makes sure he has it, and he steps back out. He's like, all right, what are we doing?
Well, we must head to the castle. Head to the palace. That's where we'll be meeting the queen. So we better get there early. They don't like anybody to be late.
Lead the way. And he follows you out. He gives Old Mill a wink. He's like, thanks again for your hospitality, he says in Danish. And Old Mill is like, in Danish, yes. Like, he doesn't know like much words.
Da.
Yeah, he's like, yes, good. Ingvar kind of laughs and continues to follow you out. You head back out into the streets to the very similar now, familiar. You've been traveling the city. You know it pretty well now. And number 1 is the keep. So that's where you need to be heading.
See.
And you can see the walls off in the distance. They're not too far. They rise
So I kind
up
of point to
above
Ingvar and kind of explain, that we'll be meeting this queen, and just kind of like explaining, because, all that conversation was in Saxon. So kind of explaining like who this queen is, and that she's married to Alfred, and kind of explaining to him along the way like the significance of this and how big of a deal it is.
So she's not married to Alfred. This is Alfred's daughter.
Right, that's what I meant. Alfred's daughter.
Yeah.
So anyway, Godwin's explaining that as they walk up to the castle.
All right. So you walk through the streets, and at this point, like, everyone knows about the priest and the Dane. You're not getting any more nasty glares. It's more like, again, like people kind of smiling and laughing and being like, ooh, what are they doing? Very much a gossipy city. You progress through these streets. You leave the market district and get more into the housing district, and also as you grow closer to the keep walls, the inner keep walls, the houses get a little bit more luxurious. Maybe this is where more of the wealthy people in the city live. And you find yourselves in front of the keep gates, where 2 guards stop you, and they go, "Halt! Father Priest, what can I do for you?"
My sons, I am Father Godwin. I have an audience with the Queen, with this Dane, this afternoon.
I don't hear anything about that. I'm the captain of the guard here, and I'm pretty sure that I would have heard something like that. An audience with the Queen, you say? And he kind of turns to one of the other guy that's with him. Go ask so-and-so, see if, this is legit. And he kind of hustles off, and he's like, "Sorry, Father, it's nothing against you, but I can't let you in."
Oh, I understand, my son. Please do your duty.
So you're kind of standing there a while. He's kind of eyeballing Ingvar with this disdain. And Ingvar is giving him the same look back. They're both staring each other down right now. Not too fond of each other. At this point, he kind of is like, "Does your pet have an issue with me?"
And Godwin kind of realizing the tension, "Oh, my son, please. No need to..."
At this point, he was kind of like in the middle of you, too. You both were like kind of standing at each side. At this point, he turns full focus to Ingvar, and he's kind of like chest up, kind of manning him up, looking him up and down, trying to size him up. And Ingvar, again, is doing the same thing back. Ingvar doesn't know what you guys are talking about, but he just sees this guy who's, like, trying to act all tough, and he's going to act all tough right back. So they're kind of getting in each other's face. The captain is, like, not really... He asked you if this was your pet, very rudely, but is not really addressing you anymore. And it's at this point that you hear a female voice coming from behind the guard, a little ways back. Ronald, what are you doing? Why are you harassing my guests? You see the captain turn. My lady! And he, like, stands at attention. Apologies. These two were, claiming that they had audience with you, my lady. They did? Until you were rude and prevented them from entering my palace. It is at this time that you're stunned. This beautifully, almost aggressively beautiful woman steps forward from behind the captain. She has long, curly, flowing brown hair, these deep green eyes that seem that they can pierce right through your soul. She's wearing this beautiful form-fitting dress that flows out behind her. And the second she draws close, you are pleasantly greeted with the very tasteful scent of perfume. Not too much, but not too little. Just to kind of acknowledge her arrival into whatever location she may go. They will smell her. She gives you a respectful, almost bow. Apologies, Father Godwin, is it?
Oh, yes, my queen. And he bows, and simultaneously as he's bowing, he sort of taps, kind of very sleight of hand, taps, Berserker kind of whispers the queen in Danish.
Okay. And again, now that you really get a full sight of her, this is probably one of the most beautiful women you have ever seen. She is stunning. But again, in this aggressive way that you almost can't fully understand how someone can be yet so beautiful, but also so powerful and holding such a high prowess about them. Very much royalty. You can tell that she's very royalty. You bow and you kind of tap Ingvar, who you kind of glance over out of the corner of your eye. He's just he's breathtaking. He is completely lost in this lady's eyes. You tapping him though kind of snap him out of it, and he looks to you and he's like, he kind of awkwardly bows and stands back up, kind of coming back to his oh yeah, I'm a man, I'm a soldier, kind of idea. But you can tell his breath was taken away when he first saw her. She still hasn't really acknowledged him. She's just looking at you. Apologies for the captain of my guard. He is a little jumpy, but he does his job well. And Roland goes, oh, yes, of course, lady. Is there anything that you require of me? No, you may go back to your post. And he turns on his heels and marches off. Please, walk with me. And it is at this time that she now looks at Ingvar for the first time, and this light-hearted facial expression that she's had towards you with, a slight smile, very compassionate and warm towards you, she turns to Ingvar, and not an anger or frustration or even hate, but more confusion as to who is this individual, why are they traveling with the priest, and you can see a hint of almost curiosity where she wants to know more about this Dane. But you see her kind of shrug it off a little bit, and she turns back to you. Come. And she turns and continues to walk. Do you resist from looking at her ass?
Yes, he is a priest. He resists.
Ingvar does not. You see him very looking her up and down. You kind of like hit him. You're like, stop. He kind of like chuckles a little bit, and he follows. You guys enter the keep, and again, it's a smaller city. It's not a very wealthy city, but the inside of the fortress, which is where she lives, she resides, is pristine. It's perfectly kept. There is beautiful white marble pillars that have been intricately carved with designs of whether it be actual battles and scenes of saints or just beautiful art that is woven into these pillars. But beautiful white marble floors. I mean, you see the picture. Candles that light the more dimmer areas. It's beautiful, but not gaudy. It's not overkill of like, oh, hey, look at how important I am or anything like that. It's more of just, I want to live in a nice, beautiful place. Most of it you deem is she just wants to live comfortably. It's not that she's trying to show off. Most of it's for her own comfort. You enter, though. You walk through somewhat of a little bit of a courtyard garden with the beautiful scent of roses mixing in with her scent of her perfume. You then enter the inner court, where she then turns and sits on one of these red velvet cushions, and she kind of beckons for you to sit on a adjacent seat. This isn't any courtroom or anything like that. It's just kind of, a nice little hall that she wants to talk to you in. It's very casual.
Okay.
So you two sit down, and she goes, "So, I wasn't told very much, but I was told that you have urgent information for me. What can I do for you?"
Godwin is obviously looking, trying to be as like, especially with royalty, as respectful and, well, this this music's funny. This actually reminds me of Portal Knights a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
So he's trying to be as like respectful as possible. Kind of like not trying to like look right into her eyes, just kind of in a respectful way.
Which is good, because each time you meet her eye, like her gaze, you feel yourself almost locked there. You feel these deep green, and they are the most green eyes you've ever seen. You feel yourself almost hypnotized and tunnel vision almost to just continue to look at him, and then you like pull yourself away. You're like, oh man, I can't look at her. It's too hypnotizing.
So Godwin kind of proceeds into the story, not leaving out any details, describing how he found Ingvar, and of course, like kind of introducing Ingvar. And as Godwin is explaining, he like pauses every once in a while and kind of in Danish kind of translates for Ingvar, kind of explaining to the queen that he doesn't speak Saxon and that he has to translate.
Ingvar is like still infatuated with this woman who he knows is the queen, but he doesn't really understand your culture or your policies or politics, so he's more just infatuated with her. And also somewhat uncomfortable. He doesn't know how to quite act in front of royalty, so he's kind of like shifting in his seat, kind of more distracted with looking around, because again, he doesn't understand what you guys are saying until you translate, and then he pays attention and goes, oh, okay, and then he goes back to like daydreaming.
So Godwin is going full into it, just describing the killing and the escape, and even going into a little bit more detail than he described earlier about this weird lady that they had met, and just explaining his general confusion about why people would just kill priests, and he felt like he had to come and tell somebody, and then of course he just kind of does the complimentary, like, I'm so thankful that you heard me out, and that I was able to speak to you. This is an incredible honor, and and so
she
kind of
leans forward with, again, this kind and knowing smile. The honor is mine, Father Godwin. I am always honored to sit in front of a man of God. You are, how should I say, held even to a higher standard than I am. And
It is humbling to sit before you. Additionally, I am very moved and I am very sorry to hear what happened to your monastery, what happened to your church. It is unacceptable and it's terrible. We live in terrible times, and men's hearts grow weak and they revert to their more animalistic tendencies. I do not condone nor support the actions of these soldiers or my cousin, the want-to-be king, Ethelwald. I'm sure you have heard of the tough times we've had with him. He has denounced us as his family. He has denounced the king, my father, Alfred, and he is seemingly being punished for it now by the Danes coming and sieging York. But it is awful that innocents like you and your chapel have suffered so in the crossfire. What is it that I can do to help you, Godwin? I wish to help you in your plight.
My queen, there's nothing that you can do for me that you have not already done, but that we could avoid more such massacres and protect the innocents. That is all I care about, and perhaps for this man here to be able to find his way as well. He cannot return, for he seems to have been betrayed by his own kind as well. And he kind of quickly turns to Ingvar and kind of explains that, kind of translates for him and says, like, by the way, I just let her know that, like, your own people have turned on you as well.
She turns, and she's not been looking at him very often. But yet again, she turns and looks at him with this look that you can't quite place your thumb on. And she's just staring him down. And at first you see him meet her gaze. And again, somewhat similar to what happens with you when you look at her, where you're almost pulled in. But then he like looks away, but not out of like, oh, I'm trying to break the gaze, but almost like embarrassment and sadness in her just giving him this odd look that you, again, can't place your thumb on.
Can I do a sense motive to see if I can figure out what it is?
Give me a sense motive. She is a lady of the court. She is a political power figure. She is very good at masking her facial tells. And even though you can tell something is, some kind of feeling is happening inside of her, you can't tell what.
Okay.
She goes and looks back to you, though, and says, I can assure you that if any of my men were to ever do such a heinous act, I would punish them to the full extent of the law. But in Northumbria, that is not my land, and I have no power there. However, my father, King Alfred, he is the rightful ruler of those lands, and there are many individuals in Northumbria that also believe that he should be the rightful ruler and not the pretender King Ethelwald. If you were able to seek an audience with my father, as you have I, you may be able to get some form of justice. Maybe. It's hard to say. My father, though, he is the king, and he is your best bet.
Godwin kind of pauses and he's kind of thinking to himself. Like on one hand, he's like, oh, like, yes, I can be made useful and I can go tell the king about this. On the other hand, he kind of gets the sense that, like, is my situation going to be used for politics, and that kind of makes him uncomfortable. but at the same time, he's kind of fighting. He's like, I don't want to be used for politics, but I also know, like, this queen and this king, like, they're godly people and they mean well, um, so he kind of pauses for a second and looks back up at the queen. It's like, I have lost a bit of my purpose without my parish, and so, as a man without a purpose, I am at your disposal, my queen. If you believe that going to your father would be efficacious to resolving this and bringing justice and doing God's work, then I will do just that.
Perfect. I know you've already been through so much, and all I desire is to help you. There are a few things, though, that I must ask first.
And she, again, looks back at Ingvar and then back to you.
Mm-hmm.
You, I'm sure you are well aware, travel with a pagan Dane, a Viking. And although I can see he is,
She chuckles a little bit.
well behaved, he is still a Dane. And
She kind of pauses.
there are those that would wish him harm. And I'm sure he would wish us harm. If you do this thing for me and go to the king and report your story, you must promise me that he will not do unholy,
She chuckles again.
deeds. I know it sounds like I'm asking you to put him on a leash, but if it helps.
And she kind of chuckles knowingly. She says that
I will give you a letter. That if anyone were to stop you, you could show them this letter, and they will let you pass. They must let you pass. It will have my insignia on it, and it will say that you are my agents. So you will have free passage through my lands and will not be hindered. But again, if I am to find out,
and at this point, she rises. She's still sitting, but she sits up and almost becoming bigger before your very eyes. And this calm, graceful, beautiful lady that has been sitting in front of you now, you realize where this powerful aggression that you sensed when you first saw her, it kind of surfaces and bubbles, and you almost withdraw and shrink under her for a minute, under just her sheer power. She sits up and kind of looms over you, it feels like. Even though she's still smaller than you, she looms over you. And
if I find out, if I get word that he has done any pagan or ungodly or unjustified actions against me or my people, I will see that he is punished to the fullest extent, and sadly you as well. I am placing him under your responsibility. Any actions that he does will also be actions that are done by you. Do I make myself clear?
Godwin kind of pauses, and he kind of knows that, like, he's been his responsibility, but it's, like, really hitting him now. He's like, my queen, I fully understand, and I take full responsibility. But this man has been bound to me for some reason by God's will, and I will see it through.
She kind of sits back down to her normal height and gets this nice demeanor back, and you're like, whoa, like, where did that come from? That's kind of crazy. And the smile comes back to her face. She goes,
I believe you. Well, if there is nothing else that I can do, there is much preparations that I must get to. Who knows how long the Danes will take to get to Chester? If they are as ambitious to attack York, it may not be long before they come after my city, and I must see to its defenses.
If there's any basic needs that you need before your journey to Winchester, which is where my father sits, by the way. He was last sighted there. If there's any basic needs that you need, speak to my captain, and he will do his best to provide those needs.
Godwin just kind of respectfully nods, kind of in a bow, kind of as he stands up.
She stands up as well. Ingvar, realizing the conversation has come to an end, he stands up as well.
And Godwin, very in very of a noble way of the court, just kind of like thanks her. Again, trying not to like look her in the eyes, and kind of slowly like moves back, kind of like not turning his back on her, but just kind of like moving backwards and kind of like tapping again Ingvar to kind of like come with him and follow suit.
Okay.
And they kind of shrink back out of the room.
You begin walking out, and again, she looks to Ingvar, and speaking to you, but looking at him, she says, "May God go with you, Godwin."
And also with you, my queen.
And Ingvar, like, trying to kind of copy you a little bit, stumbles over, like, a chair on the way out. And, like, very awkwardly, you guys leave the hall that she was meeting you guys in. You walk back through the very sweet-smelling courtyard, which is where the captain is now standing. And he goes, "Apologies, father. I did not know. I was not given word of your arrival or your meeting with the queen."
Godwin kind of cuts him off and just says, my son, no need to apologize. You are completely forgiven.
I'm sure you can understand that these are tense times, and you travel with interesting companions.
Godwin kind of cuts him off, and he's like, I know.
The captain then holds up a letter that has the imperial seal on it, which is her seal, which is it's a wax seal, but it's this beautiful what is it called? Peacock that kind of has its wings furled in a flying pattern with the beautiful tail that kind of flows down in this wrapping pattern that wraps around the seal, the feathers. He hands you this and he says, "This is the note from the queen. This will get you through any blockades or city gates. Basically just acknowledges that you are under the orders of the queen and no one in our kingdom or Wessex will question it. Is there anything else that I can get for you, father?"
Godwin kind of pauses and kind of tells... I just quickly asks Ingvar in Danish, like, is there anything you can think of that we might need for travels? Because he wants to make sure. Because he has no idea, like, what Danes would want.
Ingvar is kind of like, "We're traveling. You see that he's, like, almost... It seems like he's almost been bewitched by the queen. He, like, is still kind of, like, looking over his shoulder for her. Like, almost like a lost puppy dog. He's like, yes, travels. How far are we going?"
Winchester. The south of the island.
How far is that? I don't know.
How far is that? I should probably do a
check. You would know. Winchester's the capital,
Okay.
so you would know. Based on Chester to Winchester, on foot, depending on how travel went, how far you traveled each day, if it was smooth travel or if it was rough travel, on foot, it could be anywhere from like 4 to 6 days. On horseback, however, you could probably get there on a day if you pushed it. 2 would be comfortable.
Okay.
On horseback.
So I explained that to Ingvar.
Okay. He's like, "Tired of fucking walking? Maybe some horses?" And I don't have any provisions, so anything for traveling, I guess.
So Godwin turns back to the captain. He says, "If you could spare them, I know they are very valuable, but horses would be very appreciated, and of course, enough supplies and potentially another travel kit for my friend here. Um, enough to get us enough for a few days' travel at least."
The captain nods. He says, "Supplies and food I can do. However, the horses... Sorry, but we don't run a charity program here. We do not own the stables either. They are down the street. If you do so desire to purchase a horse, you can go check there. They might be able to give you a special price if you show them the seal. But food and supplies I can give you." And he kind of snaps, and one of his guards comes over, and he food supplies for 2 days, this one, tents, blah, 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 gives him kind of a shopping list, if you would, and he rushes off. Anything else?
No, my son. Thank you for your kind generosity in following your duties. And
I do my job.
And
he kind of steps out of the way of the doorway to let you guys out.
Godwin kind of gestures to Ingvar that we're leaving.
Ingvar, kind of back to his normal self now, again, kind of sizes up the captain as he's walking out, kind of giving him the stink eye. You guys head back out into the street, which is then at that point, not shortly after the soldier that was sent out, the guard that was sent out, comes back with another rucksack of food supplies. There's a tent, or not a tent, but a bedroll underneath it. Basically all the stuff that you purchased as well. And he passes it to you and goes back to his post. So again, 7 is the stable. So if you would like to buy a horse, you can go there and do some bargaining, or you can just head out. And don't forget your bag is under your cot in the church.
Right.
So there's also boats. You are on a coast, but that would probably take way longer to get to Winchester because you'd have to go around the entire continent.
So Godwin kind of is walking towards the stables. He's not really telling Ingvar where he's going.
Okay.
But Godwin proceeds to explain to Ingvar kind of the whole conversation.
Okay.
What had just happened. And Godwin kind of turns to Ingvar and he's like, "Listen." He's like, "You can come with me to Winchester if you wish. But again, I give you this option. You do not have to come with. You can go about your way if you wish, but if you wish to continue with me, that is where I am going. The choice is yours."
He kind of stays silent for a little bit of the walk. Couple minutes passes. You can tell he's thinking. He turns to you, and way more serious and solemn than he normally has addressed you. It seems like he's actually addressing you as a equal. He says, "Well, priest, I am deep side of enemy territory, and you are somewhat of my ticket out. If I were to leave you, who knows what trouble I would get into, and from what you told me of our conversation, I might not like you much, but I owe you more than getting you in trouble. Because whatever, apparently by what the queen says, and holy shit, that queen." And at this time he's like, right, the queen. Wow. Anyways. Wow. He's like, "From what the queen said, any troubles that I were to get into, whether I instigated them or not, would come down on you. You have saved my life, and I owe you more than that. So for now, we will, I guess, protect each other. So if that works for you."
Godwin kind of nods, and he's still kind of amazed that he's even in this position. But Ingvar, I don't know why we are in this position together. But if you do wish to continue with me, I will be glad for your company. And Godwin kind of keeps walking on towards the stables. He's like, now as far as walking goes, we may have a few horses we should look at.
When you say that, he kind of looks down at his purse and he kind of taps it. He's like, well, I got some coin. Might be worth it. So you guys get to the stable.
And Godwin kind of shouts, he's kind of getting ahead of him, and he's like, might not?
You guys get to the stable, and you enter, and the hay and the pollen and the dust are looming heavy in the air. You can see the rays of light coming in through the cracks in the ceiling. And the first thing that pops into your mind is, many of the tales of God showing his face to his disciples and his people, and these rays of light. It reminds you of, what maybe God would look like, And it somewhat fascinates you, but your fascination is quickly put on pause as the stable owner comes out and goes, "Oh, hello, what can I do for you?"
My son, we are
hello,
going
Father.
to be traveling to Winchester, and we possibly
that's
want to look
that's
at
a
a
journey.
horse or two.
That's quite a journey. Oh yeah, you would need a good pack horse for that one.
He's very quick spoken and somewhat a little bit of a jittery individual. He kind of looks over at one of the horses and no, how much are you willing to spend?
And Father Godwin kind of looks right. He's like, well, you have to understand.
Sheepishly looks to Ingvar.
Well, not quite yet. He's like, well, I'm not exactly a very wealthy man, my son, but I'm not quite used to. I've never bought a horse before, so what do they go for? What do your horses generally sell for?
Trying to pull up Ingvar's wealth. I don't know how much money he has. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh, well, it depends on what kind of stock you're going for. If you're going for a long distance like that, depends on how fast you're trying to go and how much you're putting on the horse. How many horses are you trying to get? Are you going to share a horse or are you going to go on two?
We were either thinking maybe one pack horse for the both of us to carry something, or if we can afford it, two to ride on for the both of us.
Well, since you're a man of God, I'll give you a special deal.
And he gives you a little eyebrow raise.
Let's see, these two horses, they're pretty young, they're pretty strong. I'll give you the two of them for, 150 each.
God would kind of pauses, realizing, wow, horses are expensive. Kind of whoa. And kind of turns and translates to Ingvar really quickly. So, the horses are 50 gold each.
Ingvar, chokes. He's like,
What? What? They are not that expensive in Kattegat.
what does he mean? And the stable owner kind of stumbles back a little bit at the sight of the Dane getting angry. He's like,
Oh, well, of course, I can always maybe lower that a little bit.
and Ingvar, not understanding what the guy is saying, he's like,
Normally, 25 at most per horse.
I kind of look at him and I'm like, 25? And kind of looks over at the horse keeper. He's like, my friend here, he's not from around here, but according to him, where he comes from, horses are generally about 25 apiece.
The stable owner sputters and laughs. He's like,
Well, that's definitely a different land. Horses are more valuable here, I guess. I don't know how it is in Denmark, but your Dane is a little, I think what were you trying to rob me, priest? Wouldn't God be ashamed at you? I can lower it to 75. That's the lowest I can go.
Godwin kind of goes no, of course not. I would never want to, he's like, I would never want to rob you of your livelihood or anything like that. Not of course. Believe me, this is my first time. I've never bought a horse before. And kind of turns over to Ingvar. He says, the lowest will go is 75 for the two horses.
Ingvar is
We need the horses, but that still feels expensive.
We could
Leave it
get
up to
one
you.
horse, one pack horse for the both of us, but we'd
He
have to
kind of
walk.
like gives you this really serious look, and he's like, "I'm not fucking sharing a horse with you, priest."
A pack horse. We wouldn't ride it together.
He like
Something to
hits
carry
his
our
legs.
stuff.
He like taps his legs, and he's like, "My legs are killing me, priest."
God was just kind of like, you know, constantly having to
At
be
this
this
point,
diplomat.
seeing that you guys are like bickering, the stable owner kind of like starts to smile. He's like, "Ooh, I think I got him." He's like, "Well, what'll it be? 75. Take it or leave it. Come, there's other customers. Come. What's it gonna be?"
And kind of looks back at Ingvar and says, "They're your legs. I'm good to walk, but they're your legs."
He would probably just be like, "Pray this crook. We'll do it."
And Godwin kind of turns and nods at the stable owner. It's like, "Very well, 75 it is."
Okay, so perfect. All right, so let me get the paperwork and this, and he like goes in the back and he starts like shuffling through some stuff. He's like, "Oh, saddles aren't included."
And Godwin kind of shouts back. He's like, "Are they included for a man of God?"
He's like, he's like, "A man of God with enough coin." 5 per saddle, so a total of 85.
He kind of like turns back to Ingvar. 85 if you want a saddle.
Ingvar is just like, and he like turns and growls at the guy, and he like kind of like again shrinks away. He's like, "Get your god dog away! I'm making business with you. If he wants to speak, he can speak for himself."
Unfortunately, my friend here does not speak Saxon.
Well, then it's you that I do the business with. Well,
Very well. 85.
all right. So he grabs 2 saddles that were off a rack. He throws them on these 2 horses. The horses look good. They look really nice. They're well groomed. They're well fed. They're not too fat, but not too skinny. They're just right. They're pretty muscly, and again, they're pretty young, so they're pretty stout. He's not giving you like some shitty maimed horse that's old and rickety. So he
Right.
throws the saddles on there. The saddles have like a couple attachments to, attach a bag or some stores. He goes, "All right, that'll be 85. So are you going to have Ingvar pay for it?
Yep.
Ingvar, like, growling at this guy the entire time, pulls out his 85 gold and drops it into the hands of this like short little stable owner. He's like, okay, well, it's nice doing business with you. May God be with you." And then he turns and like kind of rushes off back to his office to put the gold away. You now are in the possession of 2 horses.
Horses. All right. So we start guiding the horses out of the stables. What time of day is it now?
So your meeting with her was at like midday, like 1 o'clock. You talked for a while, then you haggled with the horse stable owner. So I'd say it's probably not too late. It's maybe like been an hour, 2 o'clock.
Godwin kind of turns to Ingvar. He's like, "Well, we have 2 options. We can stay one more night and go in the morning, bright and early, or we can leave now. What do you say?"
He kind of looks down at his purse. He's like, "So much lighter. And I already paid for 1 night at the inn. I don't really feel like spending too much more gold right now. I say we just be on our way. With horses, we could probably get about halfway there, I'm assuming.
Godwin kind of nods. He's like, I believe that's correct. It's like, let us just pass by the church. I'll say my goodbyes, and I will grab my bag that I just purchased this morning
All
for a
right.
possible journey like this.
Oh, I'll meet you at the gate.
So he kind of takes his horse and starts walking off towards the entrance that you came in from.
So Godwin heads back to the church, and he walks in, kind of, and does he see the elder father still there?
Yes.
Okay. He walks up to the father.
He's sitting there, like, the other priest has probably, gone out to eat or something at this point, and he's sitting there drinking some tea.
And Godwin kind of sits down next to him.
He, like, started standing up, and then you sat down before he could stand up, so he sits back down.
What can I do for you, Godwin?
Oh, Father, it appears that the Queen is sending us to Winchester to inform King Alfred of what has happened.
My, that is quite the task. I will pray for you day and night, my son.
Kind of, bows his head. Thank you, Father. It's like, we will be heading out now, but I thank you for your prayers, and I hope that we meet one another again.
Oh, we for sure will absolutely meet each other once more in the beautiful heaven that we will all one day celebrate in.
Godwin, like, smiles, and kind of slowly gets up, kind of gesturing for him not to stand, and
He, like, starts and then sits back down and, like, nods gratefully to you.
Safe journeys, Godwin.
Godwin kind of places his hand on his shoulder, kind of stares at him very fondly for a second, and then kind of takes his hand, puts it on, like, the cross that he's wearing, and kind of just in thankfulness just kind of nods, and then kind of walks away towards the cot.
All right.
Pulls out his bag and proceeds to walk out of the building back to his horse.
Alrighty. So you head back out, you hop on your horse, you ride to the gate where Ingvar is already atop his horse waiting for you. The guards are still kind of anxiously watching him, but seeing as how you guys have been in the city, and I'm sure also the captain has sent out word to all of his men to not cause problems with him. He's there under the Queen's orders. And don't forget, you have the letter from the Queen, which is basically like a free pass. You head out of Chester, having spent a couple days there and having some very interesting experiences. It is, as you're now on the road and the noise of the city and the hubbub slowly begins to fall behind you, that in your sack you hear some jingling, some clinking.
I inspect my bag.
So you have your bag probably strapped onto the side of your horse, and you hear it, and the horse is bouncing up and down. So you kind of open up your bag, and you're kind of shuffling through it, and all of it's what you purchased, but there's an additional little pouch inside.
Okay, I pull out the pouch and I open it.
Inside there is 30 gold.
Ooh.
And
Check
a little parchment that says, "A gift from Father Gideon. Go in God's graces."
Aww. Gideon. got out of that entire situation without introductions.
I know. You never asked his name, so...
So Godwin just kind of smiles, kind of zips it back up, puts it back in his bag, and then just kind of continues on without drawing any attention to it.
All right. You can mark that to your gold, however much gold you have.
Okay.
So you guys trek out. The traveling is definitely way faster. It was a little bit rough when you were walking on foot, but being on horseback now, your feet aren't killing you. You're not stepping on sharp stones. You're not getting dirty. The horse is far faster. You're passing travelers on the road that are walking by foot. You're like, wow, like this is way better way of transportation. And you get almost 2 to 3 times further in one day than you would have if you had gone by foot. Your first leg of the trip, however, is uneventful. Weather is sunny, warm, no bandits or Danes on the roads. The roads are clear. You, again, pass a couple travelers by until it grows late. You only manage to travel for maybe 6-7 hours before the sun finally sets. You find a camp. You find a nice place to set up camp. And you actually are able to set up a camp now because you have camping equipment. So you get a fire started. You begin to make the meal for that for dinner. You have your bedrolls rolled out. You might, roll out one of the cloth tarps over the beds just to ensure that if it rains in the night, you won't get wet. Would you guys like to take shifts during the night? How are you guys gonna do this?
Let's see. Yes, we'll take shifts.
All right. So Ingvar will take the first shift, and you can take the second shift.
Okay.
Give me a perception check real quick. As
Okay.
you finally wake up after Ingvar waking you up. It's probably 2 or 3 in the morning at this point. It's pitch black. The crickets have even stopped. The moon is high in the sky, and you are groggy, but you wake up to 23. Very nice. To your night's watch, just to ensure that your camp is safe and that you guys aren't ambushed in the night. You don't notice anything. No one's out there lurking. No one's trying to sneak up on your camp. An uneventful night. You wake up the next morning, bright and early, to some salted fish and preserved foods, just for, journeying so they don't go stale. And you set back out on the road. Again, a pretty quick journey. Horses are very beneficial. Let me take you to the map real quick. All right. So, this is what you see. This is your map currently. You are in Chester, and you're trying to get to Winchester. That first day, like I said, you traveled pretty far. You got to probably about the halfway mark, right about there. You traveled the rest of the way, and you get to, yet again, another river. You hear it off in the distance. This one is not as loud as the previous one. It's not flowing as quickly since you are more inland. So I will pop you guys over to there. All right. And as you ride up to this river bed edge, you realize that there is no bridge here. The bridge must have been knocked out, or you don't know. There is no bridge at this portion of the road, though.
Do I see any signs of a place that I could cross, or we could cross with the horses?
So, give me a nature check. Is that a thing in this? Let me see.
Knowledge of nature?
Yeah, give me knowledge nature.
Okay.
15. So at a quick glance, the river isn't flowing too fast. It's not like a rapid, crazy stream. It's getting all the food.
Yep.
It's not flowing too fast. However, it does look pretty deep. You look across. So you head up to the edge of the stream there. You look across. The stream itself is pretty wide. You can see 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So it's like 25, 30 feet from one side to the other. It looks pretty deep. Not flowing too fast, but it looks pretty deep. And all around here is cliffs cliff faces. So even if you were to be able to wade across and get to the other side, it's a sheer cliff.
Okay.
You can see somewhat down this way, and you do see a bridge that goes from this side to this side. But with a 15, that's about as far as you can see,
Okay.
especially from your position.
All right. Godwin kind of turns to Ingvar. What do you think? I don't see a good crossing here. I see that bridge off in the distance, but there's no way to get to that.
Ingvar kind of hops off his horse at this point just to kind of get a better view. I'm going to give a perception from him real quick.
Oof.
He doesn't see shit. You honestly saw more than he does. He's like, well, that's a river.
Yes, Ingvar. It is a river.
Again, I'm trying to leave more decisions to you just because he isn't here, so.
Right. So, do I know of a different crossing somewhere else on the river?
So you don't know of any crossings.
Okay.
You're not too, again, you're from Northumbria. This is now border of Mercia and Wessex. So you don't know really too much of this layout. All you know is that you were following the road. You didn't deviate. You were on the road, and the road led to this point. So there probably was a bridge at some point, and it's no longer there.
Okay.
Was and there you see you see the river flows like so in this direction, and it branches off into two like that.
Okay.
So you can't see really anything down in that direction because, especially where you're looking from, you're blocked by this cliff right here. But yeah, you see that the river branches off into two, and from your area, as far as you can see in both directions, it seems as though it's just riverbank.
Okay.
You don't see any other bridges further up or further down the river.
Well, Godwin turns to Ingvar. He's like, I don't see anything else for it. We're gonna have to wander along this river until we can find a place to cross. Question is, do we go right or do we go left?
He didn't see much, so he can't really. He's like, follow you. Lead the way.
River?
Yep.
Water.
That's water.
River.
That's water right there. That's water.
Well, it seems like the river's narrowing to the left, so Godwin kind of suggests that they kind of follow the river to the left, kind of following it and hoping that they find a crossing.
This way? Down this way?
Mm-hmm.
So you walk down that way. The map doesn't extend that far down. You continue to walk for 5-10 minutes, and you're kind of looking across the river.
With our horses, of course.
Yes, with your horses. You look across the river, and it seems as though the further down you go this way, it begins to go downhill a little bit, and the river begins to flow faster, and it becomes more aggressive. I don't know the word for a fast-flowing river.
Yeah, like white water.
Yeah, it's more white water, and then also across, the cliffs are also getting higher and higher. So this direction probably would not be the easiest.
So, realizing that quickly, the two of them, or Godwin, suggest that they follow the river the other way.
So you turn around and you kind of backtrack, seeing as the river would probably just keep getting worse and worse that direction. You get to about here. Give me a perception check real quick.
Okay. Perception check. Gotta pull up the thing and hit perception.
Okay, there you go. So this time, you are a little bit more observant of what's around you. You actually get a line of sight, and off in this direction, you look down between where these river is forking, and down here you see where the cliff actually goes down into the water, and there would be an area where you could climb up. Not climb, it's a beach right over here.
Okay.
So that is at water level. It isn't raised.
Okay. So in other words, we'd have to, and I'm just going to take my character just for example, so we'd have to go like this.
Mm-hmm. and then you could climb up that portion there. Yeah,
Okay.
to get to the other side.
Um.
Because your goal is to get to this side right here.
Right. So Godwin goes up to the riverside and kind of leaves the horses and Ingvar behind, and kind of taking his staff, he kind of like wades in, kind of testing like the depth with his staff, kind of moving basically as far forward as he can. So
you go out, and on the bank, it's pretty still actually. You step in, it goes, to your feet and then up to your knees. And right when it gets to about your waist, you're making sure you're not like fully plunging in with your stick. You're kind of testing the depth. But right when you get up to your waist, you feel yourself slowly like it begins to become a little bit harder to walk through this, to wade through this. And it continues to go deeper. So you get to about like that deep before it would be needing to make like a swim check to get across this. If you go on your on foot.
Right.
But you can get to it right about there. It's like a little bit above your belly button. And you feel like your stick, it keeps going deeper, but it's getting a little bit too fast for you to just wade in.
Can I roll a perception to see how deep a horse could go, potentially?
Yeah, give me a perception check real quick. So it is hard to look through the waters, because again, they are flowing pretty fast, and then there's a few debris that's getting pulled from, the cliff edges and the beach, that's getting pulled into this river. So you can't see too exactly how deep it is, but you feel that judging how far in you've gotten, and it's only probably about 4 feet, you don't feel like it would go deeper than 8 feet at the center.
Okay. So Godwin kind of wades back onto the beach. Let's see, 8 feet. Man, that's really high, actually.
Yeah. And your horses, up to their head, it's probably about 5-6 feet.
Right. So Godwin kind of comes up to Ingvar. He's like, "That no go. There's no way we're taking the horses down to that beachhead. There's a beachhead over there, but I don't think we could take them through this safely. We're gonna have to find another way."
Lead the way. Water.
Water.
He would kind of wade out as well. He gets a little bit further than you, seeing as how he's probably heavier than you, a little bit bigger. He has very high strength, so he's a big guy. So he gets a little bit further out. You see it gets up to about his chest instead of, you got down to the waist. It gets up to the chest, and he's kind of doing a similar test, like seeing how deep it goes. He kind of calls back to you from being that deep. It's deep, but it doesn't flow that fast. If we ride the horses, they may be able to get through it. If we start further upstream. He kind of waits back.
So Godwin suggests to Ingvar, it's like, well, let's go up a little farther up the stream, see if there's any other passageways, and if we have no other options, we'll try to wade the horses across.
All right, either way. Water.
So Godwin kind of leads them up kind of to this side of the map, kind of just exploring up this way to see if there is another possibility to cross.
All right. Again, kind of a similar, the cliffs don't get higher, but there are cliffs on the other side. This river is very ancient. It has probably been carving away at this cliff face for hundreds and hundreds of years. So this side seems to have shrunken with the river. That's why there's a beach. But the other side is just a sheer cliff. The only beach that you have seen was through that little canyon chasm. The water is about the same speed and depth over here as well. So you feel that going probably about 10 minutes in each direction from the point that you started, this is without journeying another, day or two and adding all that time to your travel. This is probably your best bet.
Okay. So they head back. And starting, I guess, about up here, going a little bit, or actually about here,
Alright.
going a little farther upstream.
All right. So you guys kind of do a
This.
few calculations, and you go like
Mm-hmm.
far enough upstream to think that if the horses were swimming, they would flow down and get to the other side in time. All right. Do you guys progress out into the water?
We do.
All right. So your horses, they're well trained. They're very they're not too easily spooked. They very quickly wade out into the water. You get much further than when you had gone out on foot. The water is now like up to your waist on horseback, and the horse's head is like up above the water. And that's when you feel the horse kind of sink into the water a little bit, where it's not touching ground anymore. So you guys get out to about like here before the water starts to pick up your horses and starts carrying you downstream, and you're directing your horses to swim in the direction of the split, the fork. Give me a handle animal check.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Just do a quick roll real quick. Okay. So you managed to keep on your horse pretty well. You're not yanked off by the current. The horse is swimming fine. The horses they can swim actually pretty decently. So they're not actually having too much issue with this. It's more just to stay on your horse. And you're starting to flow down when you hear a you turn back, and Ingvar's horse has no rider. You what you gonna do?
Oh gosh, do I see him?
Give me a perception check. You glance down into the water, and you do see him under the water, like coming back up. He got knocked off of his horse, and he comes back up for the water. He's like holding on to the side of his horse. He manages to grab it just in time as the horse is still continuing to follow your horse. It looks like you're going to make it into the fork, though, where the water splits. But he is not on his horse, and he's holding on for dear life.
Hold on, Ingvar, we're almost there.
All right, so you get to right about here, where now the current is beginning to split. Give me another handle animal check. The horse is now seeming to have to fight. It's not just swimming with the current, it's now fighting against a current because it's being pulled into two different directions. And the horse actually gets turned around, and a big wave comes crashing over and hits you in the face and knocks you off your horse as well. Give a reflex save real quick.
Okay, reflex.
Okay, you topple backwards, head over heels off the horse, but you instinctively reach out and grab the saddle, and you are now in the same boat as Ingvar, both of you holding on to the side of your horse and just hoping your horses know where to go. But they manage to actually fight the current well enough to kind of get into this, and you get slammed between your horse and the cliff, where the current pushes you into the cliff, and you take 2 damage.
Ow.
So you poof the weight of the entire horse, smashing you against the cliff. But it's at this point that the horse seems to get a foothold on the ground again and pushes off away from you. So it doesn't just drag you along the entire cliff. You get to about here, and that's when the current dramatically changes. The water really slows down, and it seems to get a little bit more shallow. And you see your horse rise out of the water about a foot. So you deem that it's actually touching ground now.
Okay.
And they continue to just kind of walk this way. They're walking towards the beach that you wanted to go towards.
Cool. So
they're
we
wanting to
guide
get
them
the fuck
towards
out of this water.
Yep.
Are you going to try to get back on the horse, or are you just going to keep holding on?
I'll try to get back on the horse.
All right. Give me a strength check. Okay. You manage to not fully seat yourself back on the saddle, but kind of like dead man over a horse. Like you pull yourself over and you're like on top of it at least. and you kind of grab the reins and you direct it towards the beach. And the horses pull themselves up out of the water onto the beach, and you flop off your horse to the sand. You made it to the other side. Ingvar kind of follows your example. You are now on the other side of the bridge, or of the river.
Huzzah! I propose to Ingvar that we take a break and that we make a fire and kind of dry ourselves off, give the horses a chance to rest, maybe graze in the grass nearby.
All right. And it's still pretty early morning at this point. You guys hadn't traveled for too far before you came across this river.
But basically after that, kind of take a break, and I am a little hurt.
Yeah.
And so take some time to bind up my wounds.
All right. So you guys pull yourself up on the other side of the water. You take off any soaked clothes that you may have and wring them out and set them next to a fire that you guys kind of quickly throw together with some driftwood and dry wood. And you sit down for... Are you guys doing... how long are you guys resting?
Just for like maybe an hour to kind of give the horses a break and also to inspect my wounds.
Give me a heal check. Yeah, give me a heal check. Okay. Yeah. It was nothing serious other than just a couple cuts and scraps and bruises from the rocks that just kind of cut into your back a little bit. But you pour some water over it and make sure that nothing is bleeding or anything like that. And you definitely get your 2 HP back. That was cool. That was a pretty easy. You did really well on that check too. But after a short rest, recovering from your little bit of a fight with the river there, you guys end your rest. Your horses are now grazed and eager to continue their journey. You guys hop back on your horses and continue down the bridge across the river. You get across. It's a little rickety, but it's sturdy enough for the horses to get across. And you continue on your journey. You continue on for maybe another hour or two. The quiet meadows and the wind blowing through the trees is relaxing, and you recollect and you recall the passages that you've read from the Bible of God creating the earth and the trees and the birds that you are now listening to, and you thank him for the beautiful kingdom that you live in. And off in the distance, you see a farm that you guys are... It's along the road that you're traveling. And you ride up. Give me a perception check real quick. You guys are just kind of passing by this farm on your way to Winchester. Also, you're starting to get a little bit closer to Winchester. You've crossed that border. Winchester is pretty close to the other side, so you're probably only a day's ride away now from Winchester.
Okay.
And you're starting to see a little bit more spatterings of, houses and barns and farms out here. This is one of the first farms that you see. I would say it's pretty obvious. You see a man sitting out front his house in the middle of the road, just sitting on his ass, head down, his head in his hands, and you hear somewhat of like a weeping, or at least what you think is weeping.
So I ride up to the man. I kind of notice that, or at least I think it's weeping, and so I quickly inquire and kind of call out to him, "My son, are you okay? Can I aid you?"
He startles. He jumps over and he's, "Please, no! Oh, I thought you were the demons."
Godwin gives him a very inquisitive look. "Demons, my son?"
"The beasts, the monsters, the demons, whatever they are, they came in the night. They stole all that is dear to me, my son and my daughter. All that I had left in this world that I care about is gone in one night." And he goes back to sobbing and weeping.
So Godwin at this point is kind of like trying to like process this. And I look around to kind of, I'm kind of like Beast, and I sort of like look across the field, and I'm kind of like looking around, like to see if I can see any signs of like whatever it is he's talking about.
Okay, give me a perception. Woo! That's a natural 20. You, at this point, you see God himself. You see everything. No, you, not really understanding the ramblings of this grieving man, you look around the barn and his farm. You see, crops that are growing. He has, pumpkins and radishes and various crops that he has in each one of these little fields. Stone fence that goes around the entirety. But in front of him, where he is sitting, you see drag marks, some blood trails. Not a lot of blood, but enough to notice blood that is being trailed off in the direction you actually can see it on the map. I put some blood there. You see the blood being trailed off down the road, and he is sitting in front of this blood. You also notice tracks that came up to the farm and also return back down in the same direction that the bloodstains are going. However, you don't recognize the tracks. They're kind of odd. There are several of them. They're like small. Have you seen like rabbit tracks? Kind of how those look.
Yeah.
How they're like small little like because they like jump. They kind of look like that, but larger. But they're not any tracks that you've recognized of an animal that, bear or wolf or something that would maybe attack a individual. You don't it's not a bear or wolf tracks. You know that for sure.
Right.
But there's several of these tracks that lead up to the barn, and you see his farmhouse. His door is perfectly fine. However, the window right here is ripped off of his hinges.
So I'm kind of like in shock. Like I'm seeing the tracks, I'm seeing the signs. I hear him say monster. I'm kind of like what? And I like turned to Ingvar and I explained to him what the man has said and what
Ingvar already has his axe in hand at this point, by the way.
Okay. And I basically turn and I point to the tracks. I'm like, do you know what he's talking about? Have you ever heard about anything like this?
He kind of rides over closer to the man who really doesn't even acknowledge him. He's just grieving. He's blubbering. He looks down at the tracks that you kind of point out. He looks back to you and shakes his head. And he's like, I'm a master hunter, and I've never seen tracks like this. I don't know what beast would make such a thing. Or beasts. Seems like there's several of them. He's like, look, there's a track there, 6 of them right there. There's another 2 right there. And he's kind of pointing out these spattering of tracks that, again, kind of like little pockets of holes that lead up.
Right. Ingvar, do you think you could follow these tracks and find the animal?
Most likely. Yes.
So Godwin kind of walks up to the man, kind of kneeling down next to him. And
so you hop off your horse and go over to him?
Yes. And kind of puts his hand on his shoulder and
he looks back up to you with snot and tears streaming from his face. He goes, please, find my daughter and my son. What have I done that God would punish me so? Father, please. I don't understand.
I don't know how to explain any of this, but I tell you one thing. As a priest, as a father, I will follow these tracks and I will determine, even if it costs me my own life, whatever this may be. We will find out.
Thank you. And he goes back to crying.
And Godwin turns to Ingvar and he's like, I think I have a little bit of a hunting task for you to do before we get to Winchester. Does that suit your fancy?
Ingvar kind of smiles and he's like, been a while since I've hunted. I'm in the mood. He hops off his horse and he begins to kind of follow the tracks outwards.
Godwin kind of following him. I'm assuming we just leave the horses there.
If you want to, you can ask
Here,
the guy.
actually, Godwin, is there a place to tie the horses up?
Yeah, I mean, he has some posts over here where you could probably tie some animals.
Okay, before we leave, Godwin ties up the horses on the posts.
Okay. So you ride your 2 horses over and tie them up.
Yep.
Again, the guy is in like shock. He's not paying any attention to what you're doing.
And then from there, I follow Ingvar.
All right. You guys trek out where this road, judging by the signs, there's probably like a sign right here. The southmost road is the road that would lead to Winchester. This is the road, however, where the tracks are coming from.
Okay.
So you guys continue to follow the tracks?
Mm-hmm.
Again, they're somewhat awkward to follow because, A, you've never seen tracks like this before. And there's multiple of them that seem to appear and then disappear for a minute and then appear again, and then they're up in weird positions, and it's definitely a weird spattering of markings that came and went from the same direction that you guys are currently following. But you guys continue to follow the trail until you go deeper into a darker wood, darker forest. The trees and the foliage is thick above, however, down on the ground where you guys are, there's not really grass. It's mostly moss and dirt and stone. But there's this green, heavy light that comes in the sun is almost barely able to get its light through the upper foliage. No, that's not a good one. 1 second. 1 second.
1 and a half.
Getting the thematic music for you. Shut up. You guys trek out, and the tracks then lead to this cave, where and again, also, not only are you following the tracks, you see a few drops of blood, and the trail proceeds with these tracks. And it goes down into this cave that you see in front of you.
So, Godwin kind of wanders up, kind of looks down the cave entrance, kind of realizing, like, oh my gosh, I really want to help this guy, but this is kind of nerve-wracking. Kind of turns over to, he's like, man, because he's never hunted.
Ingvar is grinning from ear to ear.
Okay. And so
he's like,
Godwin kind of points at Ingvar. He's like, well, Vikings first.
He is already in front of you. He's stepping in. He's running his hand along the side of this cave. And he's like, well, that's interesting.
What? What's interesting?
You're so dumb. What? He kind of turns to you and he's like, look, here. This isn't a natural cave. This is man-made. Look, these beams. This is an old cave or mine, or I don't know. It's been out of commission for a long time, though.
Man-made, you say?
Yes. And this beast or beasts seem to have made it its home. Huh.
Godwin kind of pulls his kind of cloak over his shoulders. Okay. Well.
Ingvar is like, you scared, priest? Were you afraid your gods won't protect you? Oh, sorry. God?
No. It's all good. Just, I'm, I've never been in a cave before. Anyway, let's keep going. I
So
suppose.
he kind of chuckles and turns back. He pulls from his bag a torch, and you have one in your bag as well. He pulls it and he strikes his knife on the side of the cliff to get a spark, and he lights his torch. He turns over to you. Huh? Want a torch?
Godwin pulls his torch out and kind of pulls it over to his to kind of get me lit by the one that he has.
Yeah. So he lights your torch and turns back into the cave, and you guys are still in the entrance, and he's like, well, this should be fun. And he begins to trek into the dark, damp cave. As you guys step deeper, it is very dark. The only light that is coming in is from the entrance, so you are glad that you have torches with you. The deeper you go, you start to notice as well, yeah, this is man-made. There's like the walls are carved too smoothly for it to be natural. And then, there's a tool laying on the ground. It's very, very old and rusted, and the handle is broken off of this pickaxe, but it lays there. You also notice maybe at one point what might have been a rail for a cart to run out the entrance.
Godwin examines the tool really quick to see if he can figure out what its origin is.
Give me a knowledge history. You can tell from its craftsmanship that it's definitely old. It is not made from iron or steel, which most tools are made from in this era, which is far more durable. This is made from copper, which is very much an older metal that bends and breaks far easier than metals that you use. However, this metal is very rusted and old. It's very ancient. Very, very, very ancient. The wood is all but decayed by termites and mold. The handle.
So Godwin kind of after kind of looking at the pickaxe, kind of looks up at Ingvar. He's like, I think this might have been a Roman mine.
Romans? What is a Roman?
They used to live on this island many hundreds of years ago, before we Saxons came to live here. They had a very, very large empire, stretched from here all the way to Rome. Hundreds of miles.
Well, this would explain why this mine looks so old if it's hundreds of years old.
Come on! And you guys now trek deeper into the mine.
Into the mine, to the mine.
So you guys are down here. I don't know if you can see where your character is. I just pulled you over. Bottom left of the screen.
Yeah.
So you can zoom in and out, just so you know.
Right. All right. Yep.
So Ingvar leads in. At this point, there's not much light coming from the entrance, and your light is entirely from your torches. But again, what you're standing next to currently is a bit of planks that have been set up over a bit of portion that they might have been mining, and they used the planks to keep it from collapsing. But it is a straight, as far as your torch can see, it is a straight passage. Straight forward, but it continues to go down and down. There's not a steep slope, but steep enough that it's going pretty deep into the earth. That you can tell. So, is Ingvar leading the way?
He is.
You guys slowly, if there's anything that you would like to do as well, let me know.
Okay.
So you guys slowly begin to trek down deep into this cave. Luckily, it's going in a straight line, so you're not getting
as we're
lost.
As we're going, because I think it's Roman. Godwin is kind of in a way to kind of help still his fears, because he's kind of uncomfortable, maybe even a little claustrophobic.
And it is pretty tight. The corridor that you're
He's looking for any other signs of Roman artifacts that he might find as he goes.
Other than the tool, you haven't seen too much other than just basic construction in the mine that's aged and hasn't aged too well.
Cool.
but no other tools or anything. It is a good point where it is definitely very claustrophobic in here. The ceiling is probably only 6.5 feet tall. Your head is only a few inches from the top of the ceiling. And from one side of the wall to the other side, probably only 4 to 5 feet. So it is very tight. You're walking single file down this very dark, damp descent into unknown. You go deeper and deeper until Ingvar stops ahead of you. Give me a perception to kind of look past him. Because again, you're walking single file. It's kind of hard to see past what's in front of you. 16. You see him kind of stop and he looks confused. You look down at what he's looking at and there are spikes that have been driven into the ground that form somewhat of like a blockade, if you would. Like the palisade kind of things to stop horses from charging a infantry line. Somewhat like that. Multiple stakes that have been driven into the ground. And Ingvar, kind of under his breath, strange.
And Godwin kind of peers over his shoulders like, isn't that man-made?
Oh,
Isn't
yes.
that what they use in war?
This is a man-made cave. It's a mine. That's not what's strange.
What do you see?
Look at the direction they're facing. They're not facing outwards. They're facing inwards. And the picture shows them facing outwards. However, what you guys are seeing is the spikes are not pointed at an angle towards the entrance. They're pointed at an angle towards the inner cave. Well,
So,
that's discomforting. Onwards. And he just kind of you could tell he's been through some shit. He's seen combat. He's done some crazy stuff, and he isn't easily put off. So he kind of steps in between the spikes. And again, they're not pointed towards you. They're pointed towards the other side. So you're able to get through without too much of an issue.
so
He gets
Ingvar,
to hear.
whatever is in here, the spikes are trying to keep it from coming out, not anything from coming in.
That's what I was thinking too. So, and it gets to this point where the wall to your left breaks away in a slight opening, and there's somewhat of a drop down with a ladder that goes only probably about 5-6 feet down to what looks like maybe a couple storage containers or crates and what used to be probably a bed. Hay or blankets or something, but they're tattered and ruined just from time.
So looking down the ladder, I'm kind of just using my torch for light. I try to see if there's anything important or anything of interest down there.
Give me a perception. 15. So it is a little bit of a ways down, but with the light of the torch, you can illuminate that entire little cove. Like I said, the bed is in shambles. There's nothing useful that you could ever get out of that. The storage containers, similar to a lot of the stuff in this cavern, have been decayed over just years and years and years of not being maintained, and then possibly termites. There's what you think might have been a candlestick at some point was perched on top of one of the containers. The containers, however, are open. Nothing is inside of them that you can deem importance. This must have just been maybe a resting point for one of the miners or something. I'm not quite sure.
Okay. So I kind of just deem it a room off to the side, and I kind of just keep following Ingvar down the mouth of the cave.
So he continues to walk, and from his torchlight, you can see that this tight, narrow descent into what you're trying to get out of your mind, but it feels like it's a descent into hell. But you push it out of your mind, you dismiss the prosody of what that sounds like. And the opening, it opens up into a large opening when Ingvar walks out and comes to the side to let you come to his side as well. So you can step out to his left. And you're in a larger opening. Again, the torchlight is bouncing off of the walls around you. You hear dripping from water that might be flowing somewhere. But it is still, this is now a large room. You can't see the entirety of it just because of the extent of your torches. You can tell it's a large room, like you can see the dim, what would you call that? The dim, like, shadows showing that this is large, and also you enter it and it begins to echo a little bit, just in your footsteps, just.
All right, Godwin kind of pauses for a second to kind of listen really carefully to see if he can hear anything in the room, because he realizes it's like a big wide open space, and he's like, before I go any farther, I want to see if I can hear anything.
Yeah, give me a perception to see what you can hear.
Do you see what I can hear? Look.
18. You hear kind of what I described, the dripping, of water dripping in from cave ceilings. It's definitely damp. You feel that there's not much of airflow down here. The air is very stagnant and stale and damp, and cold also, because the deeper you go into the earth, the colder it actually does get. You feel somewhat of a chill go down your back. But other than the occasional, maybe rocks, falling loose off of the wall and falling down, and the occasional water dripping, and your own breathing, which seems to be the loudest thing in that room, your heart pounding, just... You're like, wow, I'm not breathing this loud. Why does it sound so loud? But that's all you hear.
Okay. So
Ingvar's like, easy, priest. This is just some beast.
Easy? I'm easy. I'm fine. Fine. Yes.
He continues to walk out. He says, go along that wall. I'm going to go along this wall. We'll see how large this cavern is. He steps over to the wall to continue to walk along it. So he meets this wall over here. Because you guys can still see each other. So even though you might not be able to see in between, you can see each other's lights,
Right.
So you guys continue to walk. He sees, you kind of look over and you see that there is a incline somewhat to a little bit of a raised area. He doesn't go up it though. He continues to kind of walk along the side of this wall just to kind of deem how large this room is.
So I kind of see that there's a little barrier. I've now kind of lost sight.
Yeah, so you... so that's actually not a barrier.
Okay.
That is... You walk up to that. That is a pit. That is a deep hole where your light of your torch does not go deep enough, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just darkness down there. You don't know how deep that goes.
And at this point, he finally kind of like verbalizes like what's kind of been in his head. It's like the pit to hell. And he kind of like looks down into this hole.
Ingvar kind of chuckles under his breath because he hears you. Because it is very echoey in this room. He notices some more, structures and posts, and there's some planks near you as well that are very clearly cut by men.
And Godwin is starting to kind of carefully go around the hole.
Yep. So Ingvar is kind of doing the same, making sure to keep his distance. Gets over to here. You guys eventually meet on the other end. There is a chain right here that you can see that runs down into the darkness. It is attached, fastened via a large stake, metal stake that's fastened to the wall and runs down into the hole. And then there's a tapestry there, and then a strange something over there. So you can give me some perceptions if you want to investigate, or I think there's an investigation actually. I don't know if there's an investigation, which is a little bit different than perception. At least there is in 5e. Let's see.
Knowledge Arcania, knowledge engineering.
Those are knowledges.
Linguistics, perform, professional.
Yeah, so I would have you do a knowledge of something specific, depending on what it is. If there's something specific you want to investigate, but if you're just wanting to do a general perception, you can do that as well.
The tapestry instantly catches Godwin's eye, and he goes to inspect it.
Okay. You speak Latin, correct?
Yes.
This is in a very ancient text, Latin. It's kind of hard to read just because of its age. The tapestry is also torn in many different places. And Latin is, although you do speak it and write it and read it, it is still a tough language, and missing big chunks it makes it very hard to understand what the entirety of it was supposed to say. So you try to kind of glean what it is and what it says, but all you can kind of get off of it is maybe some type of roster or registry. You see times are written on it, maybe a name or here, there, or two, that aren't actual words. So you're like, okay, those are probably names. It talks about maybe like a shift or something. You kind of glean that maybe this is some type of management tapestry that they put up to for like the shift of who's going to be mining and when and where.
Right. So Godwin, kind of looking at the tapestry, kind of looks over at Ingvar and it's like, yes, I think the Romans actually had this mine. This is Latin. This is their ancient language.
He's like, huh? This is quite the find. It's very interesting. Is there
What do
anything...
you see over there?
So there, next to him, there's the chain, and then these white substances.
Does Ingvar go towards either of them to investigate?
Ingvar is an NPC. You're doing everything.
Okay.
Again, because I don't want to do too much for myself since I'm the DM. I don't want to spoil things for you, so I want you to experience more as yourself.
So from there, he sees the chain, and I now inspect the chain.
Are you touching it or just looking at it?
At first, just looking at it.
So the chain looks as old and ancient as everything else in this. It looks very rusted, still holding, but very, 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 very old. And it goes down into another one of these pits that look like they just go down and down and down.
I kind of tug on the chain to see how sturdy it is.
Okay. You reach out and you grab it. It's pretty sturdy, but the loud chain links through the entirety of this chamber that you're in, echoing. And Ingvar's like, please, priest, be quiet. And you notice that it down into the pit, the echo just keeps going.
Drums in the deep.
Basically, that kind of idea. So that chain probably runs very far down into this pit. But it seems sturdy enough for how old it is. It doesn't come out of the wall when you shake it.
We cannot get out. They are coming. Good old Lord of the Rings. Okay, so I kind of tiptoe over the chain, kind of like, oh, sorry about that.
So it's actually like kind of at head level, so you can duck under it.
Okay, duck under. And I noticed the strange thing over there, which I also go to check out because I'm a curious sort.
All right, give me let me see what knowledge this would be. Excuse me. Give me a knowledge dungeoneering.
Ooh.
You have no clue whatsoever what this is. You have no idea. They're weird. They're white. You deem that they're white. They're round in shape, and they are merged and stuck up onto the wall, but that's all.
Ingvar, what is this? What are these white, round things?
He doesn't know either. He comes over and he's like, I don't know, priests. This is not my land. You tell me.
All right, Godwin goes over and kind of with his staff really carefully kind of taps one.
Okay. You tap it and it isn't like solid. It isn't stuck to the wall. It actually wiggles a little bit. Like it gives a little give. And when you pull your staff back, it sticks to it a little bit.
Sticky.
Yes, sticky.
Great.
Great.
Ingvar, you should pick that up.
Oh my god. Ingvar is bold, but I don't think he would be. I don't think he would do that. He'd be like, I'm not touching a strange substance, especially one that you're not willing to touch.
Godwin tries to use his diplomacy check.
Well, what are you gonna say? You can't just say you're doing diplomacy. What are you trying to do with diplomacy?
Ingvar,
Yes, priest.
I wonder what would happen if you picked one of those up and like tossed it across the room.
Give me a diplomacy.
Damn it.
That's so fitting. He's like, it would land on the other side of the room, most likely.
Right. So
he's already now kind of like starting to head back towards the way that he had walked. It's like there was another passage this way though. Don't forget, we're hunting a beast or beasts.
Right. So I just proceed to follow Ingvar, completely confused as to what I just witnessed.
So you get up to there. He, at this point, you notice him beginning to step more lightly and kind of get into a crouched stance.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I don't know what going stealthily is going to do with all that fucking noise you made, but I'll do my best.
Right.
Okay. So he's trying to be stealthily, even though you, like, jangle the chain super loud. So he's proceeding, intentionally trying to be stealthy.
Okay. I am also intentionally trying to be stealthy.
Okay. Give me a stealth check.
Following him.
Stealth. Alrighty. You feel pretty stealthy. You get up to here, and you notice that the path ends, and that it's a 5-foot, like, cliff, a little bit, that goes up. But it's not too high. You could, I mean, it's 5 foot. You could easily reach up and grab it, pull yourself over if you wanted to.
Okay. I, first of all, I peer over, because it's 5 foot. I'm a little taller than 5 foot.
Yeah.
So I kind of tiptoe and kind of like peer over to see what I can see above the little thing.
You see the passageway goes down into a very tight squeeze, and then what you think opens up into another corridor on the other end.
Okay. Well, I don't see anything.
Ingvar turns to you. Give me a boost.
Okay. I go over and put my hands out and proceed to kind of help lift him up.
He steps over, reaches his hand down to lift you up. It's not a big hill, so it's pretty easy. Mm-hmm. He's like, all right, back to single file. He gets back in. This bit right here is pretty tight. Like, you have to go sideways. You can't walk straight. So you see him slide through, and he gets through on the other end. All right, and sorry, you're on top of me. I can't move. So move up. There we go. Nope. Okay. He steps out into the chamber. Give me a perception check.
Perception.
Jesus, you're such a high perception. So in this room, it opens up into a larger corridor. There's a passage that goes off to the left. There looks like there's more of this open corridor on the right. And in the ground in front of where Ingvar is standing, there's a small portion of the stone and earth that has been ripped away to reveal strange, almost obsidian stone underneath that has very large carvings. I mean, it's in the picture, you can see. But you can't really see from where you're standing, so you'd have to walk around him.
Okay. So I walk around Ingvar.
He kind of moves out of the way for you.
It, and I inspect the strange markings.
All right. Give me a knowledge arcana.
Hey.
Fuck. Fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. I didn't think you would roll that high. So, you kind of get down on one knee and you're looking at these carvings. Again, it's this strange blackish blue stone that glistens as your torch shines onto it. It's smooth and, like I said, looks like an obsidian. The carvings in it aren't of any language that you know. However, with that high of a fucking knowledge, you are you're able to very quickly piece together certain portions of it where you're like, that kind of looks like the writing from Latin. But it's different, but in Latin that symbol means this. And you, being kind of that beautiful mind, you kind of piece together what this is. And again, you don't know fully what it says. It doesn't even seem to really be saying anything as far as the language, but rather more of a ward or a runic tablet, where these are runes to signify various. Again, with that high of a knowledge, you would know maybe there was other places in the world where they found such writings like this, where they were often put in like tombs and pyramids to guard the ancient, ancient Egyptian kings, and also in Roman times where they would find it in the catacombs under, the Colosseum, where they would find these strange writings that were oftentimes used in what they thought were magical protection. So you kind of recognize it. You, again, don't fully know what it is, because, again, it's in a language you don't read, but you can kind of, gleam what it might be.
Ingvar?
And you, kind of run your hand along some of the carvings. The stone is ice cold.
Okay. Ingvar, these markings here, I don't know what they say exactly, but...
He's kind of looking at him too, like... They're not Danish, but they have elements of some of the runes that we use.
These are protection wards, like a magical stone.
And he kind of nods his head. He's like, yes, we use similar things in Denmark, but why is it here? Who built this?
What would you use them for?
Oh, well, runes in our culture are used for various healing or protection, as you said. They are oftentimes significant to certain gods. But again, I don't recognize any of these. They're unknown. What is this, priest? He kind of looks at you now, almost frustrated. Like, what do we walk into here?
And, Godwin, looking really serious right now, kind of like crosses himself and he's like, whatever it is, we must be very, very careful. I do believe in the one God, but I do know that there are other forces of evil that are at work, and we better be careful.
And it looks, what you can glean also with a really high perception, it looks like the miners were digging and stuff, and they dug into this. Like, it looks like they pulled the earth away from this. They just didn't finish digging around it. Right. So it looks like there's more underneath this, but this is what you see. At this point, Ingvar kind of snaps out of, like, looking at the tablet and begins to look at the rest of the cavern and starts walking this way to try to...
I continue to kind of walk around it. He's just, like, kind of enthralled with it, but also, like, really nervous at this point.
So you get up to here, and in the center of this room, you see what might have been a fire pit at some point, which still has, the elements of the charred and burnt wood in the middle, which above you see a slight bit of light coming in where maybe they use this to vent the smoke out. But there's rags all around them with dry and coated blood surrounding the fire.
I don't like this.
Ingvar is now... Oh, geez, babe. You could have just told me to unplug it. Yeah, it's plugged into my phone. You just told me to unplug it. Okay. Ingvar at this point now finally agrees with you. He's like, what is this place? This is unlike anything I've ever seen. And he kind of continues to walk in. And at this point now you're starting to see a lot more of construction and definitely the fact that people were here at one point. He walks around the corner and gets to here. And this is where you see what might have at one point been the sleeping quarters, where there's hay and blankets and an assortment of sleeping quarters, but it's all ruined. And again, just through the passage of time, they have been destroyed.
What do you see?
Well,
Kind of walk around him and get kind of next to him.
whatever or whoever made this mine, they aren't here anymore. It seemed like they were trying to keep something in here, and we followed tracks in. I don't know. I don't like it.
Maybe that man did really see a beast. I was hoping it wasn't.
At this point,
sorry.
Ingvar now has his axe and shield out, and he's even looking a little jumpy. He came in like all bold, and now he's like, I don't like this. He turns and he's like, well, there's only one passage further in. Do we go in?
I made a promise to that man. I can't lose nerve now.
And I would never be able to sit amongst the gods in Valhalla if I backed down from a challenge. Let's go.
So he continues to walk deeper in. He gets to the entrance to this corridor and kind of freezes. Give me a perception check.
All right.
I need to raise the difficulty of you finding shit.
I have really high perception. I have
You
a lot
do.
Of points
You have
of
a plus
perception.
9 and you rolled a 19. So that's...
Yep.
Wow. You look over Ingvar's shoulder as he's kind of stopped. And inside this chamber is something that doesn't make sense to you. You recognize what it is that you're seeing, but the sheer amount is unexplainable. You look in and you see webs everywhere on the walls.
G-Lob!
You see webs on the walls, on the ceiling, on the floor, going from everything to everything. But inside of this cavern, it is hollow. It's just on the walls. So whatever it is has left this space in the middle empty to be able to move around freely. Ingvar at this point is like shaking his head. He's like, what manner of beast is this?
The only thing I know to make webs is a spider. But I am never on this.
He kind of like nervously chuckles, quietly, of course, because you guys are still stealthing. Kind of like nervously chuckles and like looks back at you. Spiders get this big in England?
And Godwin's like, not that I've ever seen.
He kind of like isn't wanting to move in, and that's also with a high enough perception when you hear Ingvar is just frozen. He's not moving.
Wait, what did we hear?
Oh, did you not hear what I did? You hear a clicking, ticking sound.
Ingvar, raise your shield.
His shield is already up. He's already sitting there like, what in the actual fuck?
Godwin starts to like tighten his fist, like basically like the hand that like has the staff kind of like comes up, like holds his like cross along with the staff, and then the other like hand he's just like fist tight, like basically like you could hear a pin drop.
All right, and all you hear after that ticking noise is just the bloop, bloop, bloop of water echoing through this entire canyon. Ingvar, seeming to now gain his courage back, inches, with his shield up, inches forward. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, and now he is also holding his torch with his shield, with the torch over the shield, so it's lighting the rest of this cavern. He inches forward, and at this point, you see his torches beginning to light the rest of this chamber, and everything is covered in webs, and you can see off in this corner what looks to be a wrapped corpse. And right when you see it, roll for initiative.
Uh-oh. Damn it.
See how Ingvar does on his initiative. Where's his initiative? There it is. Okay, that's not bad. 1 second. I need to pull all this good stuff up. Oh, does that go away?
Why are there giant spiders in England?
No reason.
Why are you stirring up my arachnophobia?
Do you have arachnophobia?
Not necessarily. I don't like spiders, but I don't think I have arachnophobia.
Good. Good. It is at this point that the silence is broken by what almost seems like this eerie screech as from above the top right, something so unholy and so unnatural leaps down in front of Ingvar. 1 second. To go back. Leaps down in front of him, and all you can see standing behind Ingvar is legs and fur and far too many eyes staring at you and Ingvar.
No.
Say what?
I was like,
The spiders rolled the highest for initiative. So the first largest of the spiders lunges out at Ingvar. 1 second to see what its attack is. All right. It lunges out, attempting to grab him with its legs, and goes in for a venomous bite attack. But he gets his shield up just in time as the fangs sink into his wooden shield and withdraw, and the spider raises its front legs, hissing at him as two smaller, seemingly to be babies, come scuttling out of what you now recognize, that odd white sticky substance that was out in the other cavern are spider eggs. Scuttling out of the spider eggs come two smaller spiders that scuttle under. Shrinking it down. Scutter under the mother and come to nip at Ingvar's feet. All right. 11 and a 17. Seriously. One of them bites and he raises up his foot just in time as the other one goes in for a bite and actually sinks its talons, or his fangs, into Ingvar's leg. You hear him scream out. He takes some damage. Oh, very, very little damage. It is now Ingvar's turn. Seeing that you aren't able to really help him too much, and he's kind of in this choke point, he's going to kind of tell you, back up, back up, back up!
You don't have to tell me twice!
And he's going to kind of back up like so. You guys, you can't move until your turn, but he is going to back up to right here. And you're still there. So he kind of pushes back past you. But first, before he does that, he is going to make an attack. Actually, I need to pull up his character sheet.
Character sheet.
Alright. There we go. Alright. He lashes out with his sword, striking the mother, the giant spider that is now before you, right across its face, and it shrieks and stumbles back and comes back at him, hissing with this noise that just sends shivers down your spine. He did some decent damage to it there. And then he backs up. It is now your turn.
Godwin. Let's see, how many squares can I move?
What's your speed?
30.
All right, you can move 30 feet then.
And each square is 5?
Mm-hmm.
So them backing up before the spiders have a chance, and would each attack be worth like a movement of 5?
You get an attack action and a move action. They're separate.
Okay.
So you can attack or move and move.
Right.
It's just the full attack action that we were talking about earlier for your flurry of blows.
Right. So for example, I could go forward 5 feet, hit them, and then run back the 15 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Godwin, like adrenaline pumping, like the fear, I mean, he's afraid, but like at this point, like he has gone into full like instinct mode.
Actually, sorry, Ingvar would be right here because he did a 5-foot step to disengage.
Okay.
So he doesn't because you need to disengage, otherwise they would get attacks of opportunity.
Okay. Wait, in that case, if I do an attack, and I disengage,
if you stepped forward and attacked, then you could disengage and get right back to there. But that's it.
Okay, so we'd both kind of be there together, kind of shoulder to shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or you could try to pull back.
So Godwin, Godwin just kind of goes into like full instinct mode and seeing like, hearing Ingvar kind of like screaming, get bit, and kind of like slash and like pull back. Godwin's like, kind of seeing him pull back. Godwin kind of jumps forward, kind of in full instinct mode, and proceeds to, let me look at these really quick. Proceeds to hit the spider with a stunning fist.
All right. Which spider?
The mother spider.
All right. Roll that attack.
That's not a roll.
So that's the information on it.
Okay. How do I roll the attack? Do I just roll a d20?
Roll a d20 plus your BAB.
Right.
Which is 4.
Whoa.
Roll again to confirm.
Another d20?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you didn't confirm the critical, but you definitely hit.
Okay.
So roll for your damage. So 1d8. And then, all right, so nice. So you did 6 damage, and I need to roll a fort save to be not stunned. So 10 plus half your level, so 11 plus your wisdom modifier. What's your wisdom modifier?
Let's see. My wisdom modifier. 4.
All right. You stun it. You succeed on your stunning strike. So a defender who fails this saving throw is stunned for 1 round. A stunned character drops everything held. It's a spider. It's not holding anything. Can't take actions, loses any dexterity bonus to the AC, and takes a -2 penalty to AC.
So he, jumps forward, like bare fist, smashes his fist into the spider's face, like right in between its eyes.
It hisses, but somewhat falls to the ground, its legs like skittering and twitching as you delivered such a blow that kind of knocked it out for a second.
And almost to be like, oh my gosh, I just punched that thing. Godwin quickly disengages, seeing the other spiders, and jumps back shoulder to shoulder with Ingvar, kind of squeezing in that
It's
corridor together.
This corridor is a little bit bigger than 5 feet. It's probably more like 7, so you guys can both fit in there, but it's tight. All right, it is top of the round. Spider's turns. The spider can't take any actions, right? Stunned, drops everything held, can't take actions, loses any dexterity bonus. Okay. So the spider just stands back up and hisses. It can't do anything. But it's 2 baby spiders, seeing as how you just hit its mama. They're not too happy with you. So they come and both... One's going to go for Rowberry, one's going to go for you.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay, you're lucky I didn't confirm. The spider attacking you landed a critical. Oh. Didn't confirm, though. You take... 1 point of damage.
Okay.
You are also poisoned.
Which
You
does what?
You'll see. You jump up, you punch, you jump back, and these 2 little spiders skitter up, and both of them go for you and Ingvar. The one that goes after you sinks its fangs into your ankle, similar to what it did to Ingvar, and you feel burning sensation shoot up your leg as venom enters your blood. But you don't take too much actual damage from the bite itself. It is Ingvar's turn. He is going to...
Did he get hit?
No, he did not.
Okay.
He has pretty high AC just because of his shield and everything. He is going to He's going to do the same thing, attack, disengage. Just kind of backing up right now. I need to see what his BAB is just so I can do normal rolls and just add it in my head. Okay, so +5. Alright. Yay. 15 hits. Alright, so he brings his sword down, he twirls it in his hand, and he gets it in an underhand position, and brings the sword down through the top of the spider's abdomen and pins it to the ground. It screeches and slowly twitches, and its legs curl up under its body. He kills the spider. Then he disengages. Right, your turn.
Having just been bit by that little spider, kind of instinctually, Godwin, kind of reels back and proceeds to do just like a roundhouse kick.
Try to punt the spider.
Yeah, basically kicking the spider away.
All right. Roll an attack. D20 +4.
D20 plus
17. Yeah. And is that plus the 4?
+4 would be 21.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely hit. So getting bit, you kind of... and you go to just kick this thing in the face. Roll for damage. 1d6. Or no, a d8, because this is an unarmed strike, so a d8. My bad. 1 damage. Both of those were pretty bad. So you go to kick it, and you kick it right in its face, and it kind of stumbles back and hits the wall. But as it hits the wall, it like turns like a cat. You know how a cat never lands on its back? Mm-hmm. It turns and grabs onto the wall and skitters now towards you. Are you disengaging, or what are you doing?
Yes, I'm disengaging. So I jump back, kind of to stay shoulder to shoulder. We're kind of like, hit, run back, hit.
Yep.
Pull back.
You pull back, and now you're not as tight in this corridor. You actually have room to maneuver. It is now the spider's turns. This guy, being pissed that you kicked him, is going to come after you again. And the big mama, now not being stunned anymore, is going to rear itself up and almost doing kind of a corkscrew, running up the side of the wall, onto the ceiling, back down the other wall, and just careening towards you. The first spider is going to make a bite attack at you. 8. Does 8... No, you have 12, right?
12 what?
AC.
13.
13 AC? Yeah. So he goes to bite, but now that you actually have room, you've stepped out of this tight corridor, you jump out of the way, you kind of jump back, and it just bites thin air. The larger spider, being pissed off at Ingvar for, even though you stunned it, Ingvar took a big chunk out of his face. The mother spider is going to make another attack towards him. Holy shit, that is the second natural 20 that I just rolled. And I rolled a 1 to confirm. So it hits, but not critical. Let's see, what is his damage? Alrighty. This encounter's supposed to be scary, and I've rolled nothing but 1s on my damage. Literally, I rolled a 1 on Ingvar, 1 on you, and I just rolled another 1 on him. Ingvar, however, he does get hit. The talons of the fangs of this massive spider grabbing his shield with its 2 front legs and pulling it down and sinking its fangs into the top of Ingvar's shoulder/neck. It poisons him yet again, trying to slow him down. He takes a few points of damage. All right. Top of the... they did their turn. It is Ingvar's turn now. Ingvar, yet again, crying out as poison is now seeping into his bloodstream, takes poison damage. He's still up, though, but he's looking a little bit worse for wear now. You can tell he's looking a little bit pale. He's moving a little bit slower. His limbs seem to be stiffening with almost like what seems like arthritis. But he strikes out in anger. And he lands another hit. Good gosh. All right. He stumbles back, raises his shield, and charges the mother spider headlong. With his shield raised, he lets the spider grab his shield yet again as it did when it bit him. But this time, when it wrenches his shield to the side, his sword is ready, and he drives the sword up the top of the skull of the spider, through its mouth and out the top. The spider, the mother spider, falls to the ground screaming, but then silence. And it curls and dies. He rolled really well on damage. All right. It is your turn. All that is left is this little spider that now watched its mother die by these strangers that invaded their home.
And so seeing him like stab the mother spider, you know, like in the rage of battle, Godwin just like shouts, shouts at the top of his lungs, fists at the ready, and hits a flurry of blows, kind of just like a 1-2 punch at the smaller spider at his feet.
All right, roll that flurry of blows. You won't be able to move, but natural 1 and a 9. So you attempt to stomp and punch this still way too large to be a regular spider. The baby spiders are probably the sizes of like small dogs.
Right.
They're big. They're very creepy. But even for how large this thing is, it's nimble. And you go to stomp and it skitters back, and then it almost seems to skitter up your leg as you try to stomp again. Bring it to the top of the round. It skitters up on top of you, and it's like almost on your back, and it's going to make a bite attack again. But it fails. You kind of throw it back off of your back and back onto the ground before it is able to take a chomp out of your neck. Seeing, though, how it is wounded, because you did hit it, and it's not looking too good for it, it's going to turn and run. Both of you are going to get an attack of opportunity. So roll a d20. Sadly, that is not enough to hit it. So Ingvar also does not succeed. He's pulling his blade out of the mother spider before he has it fully withdrawn and ready to attack again. The spider skitters back off into its nest. You also... There we go, that's a little bit better. You take 3 points of poison damage.
Owie.
You... Finally! Damaging you guys, stupid ones. You try to punch it and it skitters off, and then that's when you feel the poison again burning up, and at this point it feels like it's in your hip. Just burning into your bloodstream. Alright, what do you guys do? It is your turn.
So Godwin at this point, just adrenaline pumping,
Yeah! Charge it!
He's like, we can't let those things live and keep terrorizing, and so Godwin just runs headlong, chasing the spider.
All right.
5 feet, 10 feet, enters the cavern.
You chase it in, and it's backed up in the corner currently, legs reared up, hissing at you.
So that's 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 25 feet.
Yep.
And then I try to just crush. Basically, just I don't know if I'm gonna kick it. No, it's pretty big. So I basically go and I try to just like smash it.
Okay, Hulk smash. Give me that Hulk smash.
Hulk smash. So D20, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Nope. You go, but the poison seems to be stiffening your limbs and slowing your nerves. And you go to try to crush this spider, but it nimbly jumps up onto the wall and avoids your attack. Ingvar, seeing his priest friend now charging in headlong, he's like, well, I'm not going to have that. So he's going to charge in as well. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And he's going to make an attack at it as well. He misses as well. He goes to stab, and almost hurting your ears from the sword clanging against the cave wall, ting, and echoing through this entire cavern, and sparks being sent. The spider nimbly jumps back onto the ground, avoiding his attack. It is its turn. It is going to... Does it have... No, it does not. It's not big enough to have that kind of attack. Damn. It is going to full movement, so half of its movement is going to go towards disengage, so you guys don't get an attack of opportunity. It's going to climb up onto the wall, up onto the ceiling, and in this cavern, by the way, the entrance, you know how I said it was like really tight? The caverns actually open up pretty big. And he's going to climb 5, 10, 15, 20, so 15, 20, 25, 30 out that way. And he's on the ceiling, which is about 10 feet above you.
Okay.
Your turn.
All right. So, still adrenaline pumping. Just trying to smash this thing. Like, so, 5. So it's right above me. 10, right?
Yep, about 10 feet above you.
10 feet above me. So using my crazy acrobatic ability,
Yep.
I leap up to
do
try
some
to
monk shit.
Yeah, basically, just leap and just leap up to the ceiling and try to grab it, pull it to the ground, and just punch it, just splatter it onto the floor.
Give me a acrobatics check first.
Don't fail me now.
Hey, there you go. All right, so you have this little wall next to you where there's a little bit of a gap where there's no spider webs, where you wouldn't get stuck if you tried to step on it. You kind of do a 1-2 leap off the wall up into the air and go to strike out at the spider. Okay, so if you're trying to grab that, that will be your attack, and it'll be CMD versus CMB. Or you can just try to punch him. What are you wanting to do? Because you can try to grab him and bring him down, or attack it while it's on the ceiling. You can't do both.
But grabbing it won't do any damage, right?
Mm-mm. It would just be grappled.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll do a strike.
All right. Roll an attack. Hey, there you go. That hits. Roll the damage. 1d8. Boom. Perfect. The baby spiders had no HP. They have 4 HP. They're super weak. So you very gracefully leap up into the air, and just for flair, we'll say that you do grab it. And you grab it by one of its legs as it's skittering away, and you grab it, yanking it off the wall and smashing it into the ground as you come down on your descent. And then before it can get back up, you drive your heel into its head, killing it once and for all. You now are outside of combat when you feel yet again another tinge of pain cycling now up your back of 3 points of damage, poison damage.
Owie.
The poison is circulating through your blood. You stumble as you feel like your vision is getting blurry, and your joints are locking up. This is a poison that's meant to neutralize even the largest of creatures.
I turn to Ingvar and be this poison is affecting me.
And he also kind of is, yes, this damn poison.
Godwin is going to attempt to heal himself, or at least stop the poison.
Give me a heal check.
Damn it.
That's a natural one. You attempt to try to suck the poison out or something, but this is a creature that you've never encountered before. You've never dreamed of spiders being this big. And again, the poison is seeping through your body, and you are unable to really perform as quickly. Your fingers are locking up, and you're just you're not able to do really much. Ingvar at this point stumbles over to one of the corpses that is wrapped up and grabs one of his daggers and opens it up to see what's inside. And inside is a little girl who you can imagine is probably one of the children that was forcefully kidnapped from the farm.
Is she alive?
No, she is not alive.
Okay.
As you begin to kind of get your bearings after this terrifying fight, you look around this and there are smaller eggs that haven't fully grown, littering the walls in the back, kind of here and here, and then bones that are like back there and over here that are just picked clean.
Ingvar, we cannot leave this cave, dead or alive, before we smash those eggs.
He's kind of
Way ahead of you, priest!
and he takes his torch and he's starting to light all of the spider webs and driftwood that's in here. The entire room begins to fill with fire and smoke as the fire needing air is you feel wind actually coming from your back as air is being siphoned through the entrance, the only entrance really into this entire cave, as these spider webs, thick, they're way thicker than normal spider webs, are very, very easily lighted.
Right.
It's like very dry underbrush. So the whole room is almost up in flames instantly. He's coughing and sputtering, "We need to go!" And he stammers out of this room as the room begins to fill with smoke.
Before Godwin leaves the room, he wants to recover the body. So he runs over.
Okay, I would say that you could have said that before he started lighting everything.
Okay, yeah. So he grabs the girl's body, and because that's the only body, like whole body, that's in there, right?
Yeah.
That we found. Okay, so I
they
carry
probably
her
just
body
hadn't.
out.
They probably just hadn't eaten it yet.
So
that was
recovers
their
the body.
next meal. So you rush out the door as out the cave passage as the hive of spiders begins to fill with smoke, and you hear these strange squeals and screams coming from the cavern behind you, and little as what you would assume is the eggs popping as the fire consumes the entire passage. You sprint out, trying to avoid the smoke and also the flames as it's kind of rapidly expanding. This dense, dead air is now coming to life as air is rushing in from the entrance to feed this flame. You guys rush out. Ingvar, being tired and just trying to get out of this cave, doesn't climb down. He just kind of like sits and rolls off the cliff, not being too well himself, hits the bottom. It's not too much to do. It doesn't do enough damage. It doesn't do any damage. But he just kind of stumbles and falls off this little ledge here. "Hurry, priest!"
Take this body, quick! And he lowers the body down.
He grabs the body, puts it onto his shoulders, and continues to rush out of this cave. Smoke is now all the way up to here. It's completely filling this entire cavern. He's continuing to carry the body. He's not as bad off as you are, and he's bigger and stronger than you are. So he has little problem carrying this very light body, and he rushes out the door. From behind you, you hear now, almost unnervingly loud, the screams and pops of the spider eggs dying and the baby spiders screeching in the flames. and they echo behind you as you flee from this horrible, horrible pit of monsters. You have to kind of gingerly step through these because these spikes are actually pointed towards you now. But in a hurry, but carefully, you step through and you exit the cave, seeing what you saw right before you enter. But now smoke is pouring from the entrance. What are you guys doing?
Taking the body back to the farmer to give him the sad news.
All right, you
and maybe some help because we're poisoned.
Yeah, you rush out the entrance and somewhat in a hurry, stumble and try to pull yourself towards this the farmer that kind of hired you for this entire task. Where is? Do you have 3 HP left currently?
Yeah, I do. Did I get any increase to HP when I leveled up?
Yes, you did. You should get another
How
hit
much?
die. It should be another hit die. For a monk, I believe it's. I think the average is 8. I think is how much you get. So add 8 to your health.
Okay, so
which is good because you would have fallen unconscious from the poison if it wasn't for that.
So that means I have 11 then.
Yeah. I'll make sure of that after the stream. I'm just wrapping up now. But
all right.
The poison again burns you. Now it's all the way up to your chest. You feel your heart. It's beating quicker than it should. The poison is filling your veins. But you don't fall unconscious because of your level up there. You stumble out of this forest and back to the farm that the farmer was sitting, and he seems to have somewhat come out of his grief. He's not just in shock anymore. He actually notices you coming and he stands up. Did you find them? And then quickly his words trail off as he sees the body draped over Ingvar's shoulders. He goes, No. And that is when another dose of poison hits you for 1 damage. Did you take the 4 damage?
The 4 damage when?
When you exited the cave.
Oh, no.
So you've now taken 5 damage from the poison since leaving the cave in total.
Let's see.
The poison hits you again. This time it's burning up your neck. And he's almost in shock just staring at the body that Ingvar is carrying. What do you do?
So are we up to him about now, like here?
Yes.
Okay. So we're exhausted, poison, affecting us. Like, we found one of the bodies. I'm so sorry. He
isn't even looking at you. He's still just staring at the body that Ingvar carries. He goes, Please, I only see one. Please tell me that my second lives. Please.
Sorry.
And at this point, he just collapses in a weeping mess.
And I kind of reach out to him and I kind of grab his foot. And I'm like, because we're both kind of almost collapsing at this point. Bitten, poison, help.
At this point, another 4 points of poison damage surges through you. What are you at now?
2 if it hits me for 4.
You are barely standing. This poison has locked up all of your joints and muscles. You feel as if you can't even move. Whatever this poison is meant to lock up whatever creature it is and make it a very easy prey. It is at this point that you... He's still just... He's out of it. He just lost both of his kids. You haven't seen a mother, so you don't know what happened to the mother. He only reported his 2 kids were missing, but he probably just lost everything. He is in no condition to even think about what you just said. He's weeping. And that is when darkness envelops you. The final surge of poison locks your body up, and you fall to the ground. And that is where we will pick up next week.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
I'm assuming Ingvar also collapsed.
You collapsed before him. He has a little bit more HP, so he was doing a little bit better than you, but
so I don't know.
He's not looking. Yeah, you don't know. You were the first one to go down, so he's not looking too pretty either. But that is where we will continue next week on Odin's Call, episode 4. This was a fun one. I really enjoyed this. I've been really excited to do this episode.
Crazy.
All right, so next week, 5 o'clock. Should be fun. Continue with that. I will see you on the next one.